Hello everybody, welcome to this live stream where we are checking out the latest version of Assetto Corsa EVO. This is a live stream, you missed it if you're watching this as a video, so subscribe, hit the bell and then you won't miss future live streams. Of course, it's important to keep in mind that Assetto Corsa EVO is early access, and early access means that you can't complain at all. So keep that in mind. With that in mind, let's see what's going on in EVO land. Hello, Gucci Gooch. How are you doing? Okay, you were in here very quick. Disturbingly fast. How dare you? Fast man. Thank you, Andre that Gomez. That's how it is. Right, here we go. Loading up the game here. Do you get brownie points? No, we don't have any brownie points. Hello, Extreme. Hello, freaking Lick. So, supposedly, we now have multiplayer. Not multiplayer, but a single player. Look, it says online in the bottom corner. Here we go. Oh. Wow. Isn't this the dream? I always wanted all my games to be online all the time. I think that's just something that but I think you guys can agree. It's just I like the comfort of feeling like there's a server on somewhere for me to be able to play my game. You know, without that, what's the point? We all need servers that are on all the time. With that, it's just boring without that, really, isn't it? Let's be honest. Hello. You have to get your PC. Oh, man. Okay. I have to get... Every time I go to the... Every time I put the game on, my other monitors change scale. Which is really annoying because I have to run EVO in a low resolution. Look at this. There we go. Matt Elliott, hello. In Assetto Corsa EVO, you will need to unlock driving licenses in order to drive vehicles. Because, didn't you know that there is nothing more fun than a driver's license? When I think motorsport, cars and passion and excitement, the first thing that my mind does is goes, wow, I wish I could do a license. The creativity of games developers has no bounds. What do you think is an exciting thing in real life? Licenses. Yeah, that's that's the number one joy of my life is a license. I think accountants are well catered to with games these days. Okay, you will start with the entry license. Your mum didn't need an entry license. which is enough for the starter vehicle group. Entry. Burned bound. Right. Sports car, supercar, hypercar, racing 1, 2, 3. That's because race drivers can only count to 3. That's true, by the way. In order to be a professional race car driver, you have to be a little bit dim. That's why they are race drivers. There's nothing actually else that they can do. They're not allowed to operate heavy equipment. They're not allowed real jobs. So they have to be race drivers. Oh, pull left and right. Oh, follow the road. Race drivers are like, oh God, oh, I don't know what to do. The car in front's slower. Oh, I can't go around them. And then everyone's like, oh, well done, you didn't overtake. And the race driver's like, oh wow, I'm so good at driving. Imagine if other sport was like race driving, where there's like a defined path and only one single way to achieve something. Imagine if that's what chess was like. It was a board with like just one line of black and white dots and then just 2 pawns going forwards and backwards. And people are like, oh, well done, you did the completely predictable thing. Well done, you genius. Okay, next. Driving licenses will entitle you to unlock vehicle groups and purchase and rent vehicles you want. I think we can all agree that purchasing and renting is the most exciting thing one could do in life. I think being able to rent and be indebted to a rent seeker is one of my passions. Rental has low cost and high flexibility. Well, they're clearly not basing this on the British economy, are they? While purchasing a car allows you to customise it further and pay exorbitant tax rates, have to do an MOT, have to find a parking space, not be able to find a parking space and receive damage through potholes because the Tory councillor has not maintained the roads properly. They didn't include that part in there, did they? Not a simulator, unrealistic, banned. Hang on. Obtain a driving licence, unlock vehicles, drive, play football. Upside down rugby goal. Maybe it's an Australian. It's Australian rugby goal. Rent car, buy car. That's what you win if you kick the ball to the left or the right and the left. It depends if it's upside down or not. If we're playing football or rugby, I can't tell anymore. Right, next. You are free to play how you prefer through single player, multiplayer, and special event game modes. Free to play however you prefer. However you prefer. In all rank scenarios, you will collect XP points. These will help you improve your rank and collect virtual credits. Spend virtual credits for renting, purchasing, or customising vehicles. Can we spend our virtual credits on our water bill, gas and electric? That'd be nice. On virtual gas and electric. We should simulate. Hang on, come back. We can simulate everything. Why stop? Why stop at the cars? I want to pay for the insurance for this shed. I want to pay for the electricity bill for all these overhead lighting. I want to pay the heating bill because this is going to... How much do you think this is not insulated? Get some foam in those rafters, guys. My shed is not insulated at all. In the UK, this shed would be moist. Nice floor, though. Right. Let's start your journey. Oh, it's a journey? It's not an adventure. It's not a can't think of any other words. It's a journey. Welcome to early access. Let's initialize your profile. I thought early access started 2 weeks ago. It's like early access just started today. Hang on a minute, but it was 2 weeks ago that this came out. Sure. So, oh well, let's just pretend that didn't happen. Right. Oh, I've got to type my first name. Kim Jong. No, I can't have that. First name. No, we can't have that. Paul Pop. No, can't have that. What first name can we have? Do I have to use a real name? I'm gonna use my real name. This is my real name, by the way, guys. Last name Gamer Muscle. What's my nickname? Gamer Muscler. Can't even write. Nickname Gamer Muscle. Initials GM. Age. Oh no! It wants me to dox myself. Guys, you can't see that. Got to put 42, haven't we? Hang on, how old were we? 40? Were we 47? I can't remember. Were we 42 or 47? I wonder how old can you put? I am the age of the universe. I'm gonna put. I'll put 4. We'll put 49. We'll put 47. All right. Right, I'll use my real name because apparently that's what we have to do these days. What's this? None. Oh, territory. Where are we from? Be careful. What can we have? Zimbabwe, Zambia, Yemen, Western Sahara, Wallis and Futuna. Where on earth is that? Virgin Islands, British Islands, Vietnam, Venezuela, Vanuatu, Uzbekistan, Uruguay, US. Oh look, we're at the bottom. It's weird that United Kingdom's sandwiched in between the United Arab Emirates and the United States. Just stealing, just licking up oil off everyone. Capsule. No, we're 40. We're 47. This has been a fact. We've been 47 for the last 10 years. Right, continue. We went. Why did it not work? Ah, do I have to have 3? Should we have GMV? Oh, we have to have 3. Okay. Wheels. I had bit of wheels. How many stem cells do you have to snort? Just don't care. I don't go outside. That's my key to success. By the way, guys, click the like button or don't. I'm 47. Oh, what's this? Purchase your first car. You have an initial budget of $65,000. Hang on. Who's giving me this $65,000 already? I mean, who gets $65,000 for a car? Oh, hello. Please, mummy, buy me a car. Oh, here you go. Here's $65,000 for your first car. Oh, okay. That's great. Well, what do we get? Do we get an Abarth or an Alfa Romeo or a Ford or a Hyundai or Volkswagen? Volkswagen. I'm not getting an Alfa Romeo because it will like be full of random call signs, salted cod. It'll just be packed full of salted cod. What do we buy, guys? See, this is already fun. This is already great. We get to choose which brand we. What we need to do is we need to pick a brand to have affinity with, and then religiously follow that brand for no reason at all whilst giving them money. I'm thinking maybe like have they got a Type R in this? No. We could go with this car though. It's the closest thing. Or like maybe a Mazda MX-5. They won't let us have it. They won't let us have a Mazda MX-5. I don't know what the point of that is. Shall I go for the? Shall I get the Honda because it's the closest thing to a Mazda? The Abarth we could have. I mean, I do like the Fiat 500, but it's got a silly seatbelt, so I'm excluding that. The Alfa Romeo Junior looks like a bloody. This looks like something someone would buy in central London to run children over with. Don't want that. Ford Escort Cosworth front wheel drive. Put it in the bin. This is the best car so far. This looks. I mean, it looks like a. It looks the closest to a Pontiac Stinger. So to me, that is where it's at. Hyundai. I mean, what is this again? What on earth is this? I think. Well, I mean, if Hyundai want to sponsor me with some of their money that they've clearly got for marketing, I'd have to say, if Hyundai want to sponsor me, I have to say this is the best car in the game, and this car looks absolutely fantastic. I have to say. Looks really good. Looks like I think we can all agree if Hyundai sponsor me that this car is fantastic, and Hyundai have done a great job with the design of the vehicle. You know, absolutely amazing what they've done. If they sponsor me, but if they don't sponsor me, then actually not interested. I think the Volkswagen looks the best. GTI Club Sport. I think I might buy the Honda because I think it looks like it'll be the best car. 7.4, $45,000. $45,000 for this. It's in like putty grey as well, which is nice. Right, I'm gonna go for the Honda. I trust Honda. Got to buy a Club Sport. No, I'm buying the Honda. Honda's where it's at. It's only 26,000. Yeah, best car, cheapest car. It's mine. What colour? Oh, it's gonna come in with a shadow. It's a Klingon Honda. Klingon War Honda. Right. What do we go for? Dual tone leather interior. Bloody hell. Nice reflections. Early access. Can't complain. I think blue's nice. Blue, or silver. Or pink. I mean, that's it. Pink, hang on. Where did I get pink from? I was reading your name, Simon Taylor. And then the colour pink popped in my brain, so I said it. By pink, I mean yellow. On that day, Gamer Muscle found out that he was more than severely colourblind. Those mushrooms I had are really strong. Look at that pink car. Ah, yes, the colour pink. I've always loved a pink sunflower. Right, I'm going to go for I think blue looks the best. It's got more of a purple, isn't it? Sober stream. I wish I was drunk. Right, here we go. Look at these seats. It's got a handbrake. Legit car. So many cars. It's got a little the thing to hold on to when you're flipping over. That's good. That's not for opening the door. That's a common mistake, that. Common misconception with vehicles is that this is for opening and closing the door. But no, it's actually when you've got an open top car like this and you inevitably roll it on the M4, you need to hold this handle to not fall out the car. So it's good that they have that feature.
The pace car is out of control.
S2000. Right, let's go for this. Confirm. Oh, can we configure? Wheels. Ah, look at this. Welcome to Kunos GT Forza Sport. Look at these rims. Nothing captures the joy of car ownership like choosing between your wheel rims. Oh, polished. You can only pick one. Right, okay. Apply. We even have like light sprays. That's good. Right. I feel like we stole this and just put it in a shed outside Middlesbrough. Right. Say apply. Oh, this UI is a bit weird. Confirm. Purchase. Do you want to purchase this vehicle? Yes, it's mine now. That's how it works. Oh, here we go. At the top it says 32,000 we've got. Right, so now what do we do? Academy. Licenses. Your first hairpin. Okay. Assess. What is this user interface, guys? Custom. Well, hang on. Turn all this off. Automatic ignition. Gearbox off. Clutch. That's fine. Off, off, off. On, on. Okay, that's all good. Right. Let's just go. What? Oh, did I click assists rather than go? I thought I said this. I was being dyslexic. It was half covered up by my chat room, guys. Yeah, no hairpins for me. Hang on. We just bought a car while we're doing it in a Hyundai. Oh, well. Is that even a Hyundai? That's an Audi. What's wrong with me? Drive. Here we go. Waiting for players. A to B challenge. Okay. Why is my camera at an angle? Okay. What are we doing? Very slidey understeer. Press menu to end session. Ah! What was that? Oh, here we go. Credit. Well, hang on. Why do I only get 1 star? I want 3 stars. What? I want 3 stars. Oh, here we go. We've got to do it in 20.4 seconds. Here we go. They put the cones for the brake points. That's good. What was that? What was that? 20 point... Ah! 2 stars. Not good enough. Not good enough. Can we not have a retry button straight down there, please? We've got to get 3 stars, guys. This is the game. This is good. This is what I want from a driving sim. I mean, I'd like physics that were force feedback that was not shit, but you know, at least we've got some gameplay here. Controls. Here we go. We need to turn the force feedback down here because my hands are hurting. I've got weak hands. Force feedback in this game's terrible, guys. It actually tells you the wrong thing. Right, here we go. No, I didn't want replay. I wanted retry. Right, what do we have to do it in? 20.4. Oh, I thought the clutch had auto clutch. Start it in neutral. Washed. Put him in the bin. Go! 20.4. Come on, baby. Oh, the force feedback is useless in this to drive from. See, right, it is so bad. It's so bad that when you actually try to go quickly, it immediately shows you how shit it. This is worse than AC. We're going to have fun playing the game, but the handling's worse, the force feedback's worse. And it's supposed to be Assetto Corsa. You can't brand it. If this was called not Assetto Corsa, Assetto Corsa Devolution, it would be fine. I've did the wrong button again. Replay. We wouldn't. Bloody hell. There we go. I do have a manual shifter. That would be easier. We'll try it. We'll bind it after this. Early access. Can't complain. Why is the handbrake light on? Do I have to push it every time? Ah! It's still too slow. Still too slow. What? Hello? Hello? What? Why have we got this on the screen? I cannot retrieve data. Okay. Fine. I feel like we need to use manual clutch for this to be quick. You are slow. Thank you very much. It feels great, yeah, because that's because you don't know what good force feedback feels like. Thank you very much for the donation. It doesn't feel great. You just like aggressively tugging force feedback that isn't actually that useful. Sorry. Thank you very much for supporting us. Attempt game offline. Attempt to reconnection. Oh, so it's already broken. Oh no, we're back. We're back. Right, we're gonna need to. Oh no, game offline. Early access. Early access. Can't complain. Early access. Oh dear. Thanks for the sound alert as well. I don't know why it's so quiet. Let's try and bind this H pattern. It doesn't save. Early access, can't complain. Yeah, why is it all online constantly? No, it's not the wheel. Look, guys. Yeah, I can't be bothered explaining stuff to people that don't know. I'm not going to waste a live stream. Like, go and watch videos on this channel. I have like 10 DD wheels. I use lots of equipment. I know what I'm talking about. So right, let's bind the H. But I think you probably have to use a manual joystick to be able to start in first gear to then go faster. We'll see. Can't complain. Yeah, but I mean, it's the problem is, as we've explained in videos recently. Go and subscribe, guys, if you want to have an aneurysm. The problem is, people that don't know better think they know. Ha! That's what you're like, Gamer Muscle. People that don't know think they know, and they don't, and there's no way to convince them unless you were to sit them down with AC1 or AMS1 or Good Sim with the force feedback wheel and explain stuff. They won't get it, but they think they understand it. As there's nothing you can say that will convince them otherwise. And, you know, absolutely nothing you can do. Well, this isn't working, is it? Why is my H pattern not working? Pretty sure it's plugged in. Unfortunately, it's just how it is. But I mean, you know, I've only got like 25 years of sim racing experience, 10 DD wheels. You know, I don't know what I'm talking about at all, so. Right. Oh, I know why that didn't work, because this one. This is like, it's like Microsoft Flight Sim. Oh no, is that the handbrake adapter? We'll get there eventually. There we go. Okay. Well, yeah, we might as well get this set up anyway. I've told people what they can do that's useful for the last 10 years. So, it's like, right, there's this other meme. Here's another meme that exists. So, guys, some of you, obviously, you might be younger, or you might just be new to games development, or, you know, you might just be a bit naive. Developers don't do early access to get feedback. They do it for network infrastructure testing. But there is feedback they will get. I'm not saying they don't get any feedback from early access. The point of early access for publishers and larger companies is cash flow. It is, they want to mitigate the risk of development by getting cash flow as soon as possible, as early as possible, so that a title is generating money and profit and paying for stuff. That's the point of it. The developers know what they need to do. They're not stupid. Like, if you've ever done anything vaguely technical, you will know that basically the constraint is how much time you have available to do stuff, right? So games developers, especially in games development, developers have like 1,000 things that they want to do, know that need to be done. The reason they haven't done it is because, not because, oh, we haven't had feedback, or we don't know yet. The reason it's not done is because the management of the project has not given them enough time to do this, to have time to be able to do the work that they want to get done. That's the reason. I don't know. The problem is, people have been marketing, and publishers and people in general have pushed out this narrative of like, oh, a developer doesn't know, we need feedback, as a way to like gaslight naive consumers into them thinking, this is my opportunity to be really helpful and give some great feedback to the developer. I'm sure they'll listen to me. It's like, no, they won't. Do you think you're like special compared to like the 50 people that the developer directly knows, who they know aren't idiots? Like, like, do you not think think of it this way? If you were doing your own video game yourself, do you already know like 100 people, right, that would give you good feedback because you know they're not idiots? If you tell everybody you want feedback, 90% of that feedback is going to be completely BS noise. So I don't know why either it's just really young people that just are naive, or I don't know. Like, it's just stop being so naive, guys. The whole point of early access stuff is cash flow. That's the main point, not the whole point. The main point, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mind giving a developer or even a big publisher money early. Necessarily, like, you decide if they say what they're putting in it, and they put that in it, and it's early access, and they're honest about it, that's not even a problem. I'm not saying that's even necessarily universally bad. Just be honest, that's all. You just have to be honest. It's not difficult. Like, why all this like Machiavellian lying? Everything's there's so much lying, at the moment, and I don't know why people just go along with it. I don't know why other media don't just call it out. I know why they don't call it out, because they want to make money, but like, you can still make money without lying through your teeth. You make less money though, let's be honest. Right, where's the clutch? Here we go. Did I not click the right thing? Why is my clutch not working? Oh, it is, it's there. So, weird. I fully expect Kunos about a year to act as though Ace was never meant to replace AC1 as a proper sim. I don't know. Yeah, this is... I feel like this is... But they're obviously going to make more money out of this. Even if they remade Assetto Corsa 1 with like slightly better physics, or just polished AC1, or did everything that AC1 fans actually want, they would like make much less money than making a game which has some like gameplay in it and then release on console. Like this game will obviously make them a lot of money, so this makes really good business sense. Okay, well we can't even put it in first gear, so maybe that's my settings. Okay, my clutch doesn't even work on this car. Right. Doesn't matter. We'll do it. We'll do it this way. It is. I think it is good having stuff to do in a game, though. I think this is what Sims should have in general. So, you know. Thanks for subscribing. Ah! No, it's still 2/10 off. Are the servers bollocks though? I think the servers are messed up. Yeah, so it's online. So they've done a patch. The servers are online, but actually they're not, and it doesn't work. Early access, can't complain. I'm going to do the time in this, but why do they need to check at all points? Why do they need to check the thing at all points? Like, you wouldn't have to check at all points, do you? I mean, I guess if someone could probably still cheat regardless of if this is online or not. But surely you could have surely you could have something that saves something. I guess it doesn't want to save anything locally because they're worried that someone would then edit those local saves to then be able to cheat the online component of it. But these are like really basic license tests. I'll hold the car in first for launch control, thank you. This has the same code as AC FFB. The difference is the tire model and the physics affect the force feedback and whatever else they're doing. Mind you, the gear shift through the steering wheel is like really over the top. Oh, that was... I'll flop that. Early access, can't complain. I mean, I was looking forward to just doing stupid game stuff, but we've already hit like a total wall immediately where it just doesn't work properly. Like, right, Kunos, it's probably someone from Kunos or 505 watching this. Guys, this is really embarrassing. I'm sorry. Like, if you're going to do... It's early access, can't complain. But however, even if it's early access, people have paid for something. I know you. This is not knocking the people actually working on the game, by the way. To be clear, people doing the programming, I appreciate you probably haven't had enough time. You've probably not been managed that well. You probably had to stress really hard over the last 2 weeks. So this is not me knocking the people doing the work. I'm actually really sympathetic to you guys, and I really appreciate all the hard work you do. I think games industry is terrible. So this is not knocking them, to be really clear. Publisher or whoever's responsible for like overall, Marco, come on, man, right? whoever it is, the publisher, Marco, whoever, like, guys, if you release early access and you have this kind of stuff, I know it's difficult. I know things you're probably like, oh, the servers burst into flames and we didn't want that to happen. However, this just completely destroys the whole, like, if you're going to do the Gran Turismo thing, it has to kind of just work. Like, that's the point of it. Like, the gameplay can actually be shit. The physics can be shit. The force feedback can be shit. The frame rate can be shit. It can actually be really shit. A lot of it can be really shit. However, the basic game has to work. Like a console game, a lot of it can be total shit. That's fine, but it still has to fundamentally be like, you have to be able to go through each task. That's like the lowest bar. Right? And the problem is, if you release stuff and it has this kind of stuff, obviously the PC, to be fair, the PC gamers will buy this, they do all the testing, they have these problems, and then when you actually do release to the console audience, which is the one that's actually going to pay the most amount of money, this will be fixed by then. So the PC players that have paid to actually try the game and have actually beta tested it, but like, it is a piss take. Like, I'm sorry, it's a piss take. I'm just calling it out for what it is. I understand that even the publishers, they don't want it to be shit. They're trying to do something good. Obviously, the intention is to do something good. Obviously, it's easy to complain about this kind of stuff, but this needs to be called out by people. I'm sorry. I don't want to be the arse, but you know what? I'm just going to be... I will be honest, because I am fed up of bullshit in the games industry. As an old git, why is it that Richard Burns Rally that came out in 2004... You loaded it up and you could do like a driver school and play through it. Anyway, that's my rant. Why don't you have an affiliate link, Gamer Muscle? I don't know why. Oh, if only we didn't say stuff that was useful to consumers to understand reality. Thank you very much for the subscribing there. Appreciate the support, guys. Tis what it is. Anyway, you can't complain, guys. Early access. we can't. We're gonna have to quit this and go back. Exactly, Niels. At least people are not voting in fascist dictators into the world's most powerful positions. That, because at least a whole group of people haven't been manipulated by social media, along with wealth inequality, along with the complete ignorance of the reality of what needs to be done with economies to make society fair. At least people haven't been manipulated at all. At least we have a lot of sensible stuff happening that's not causing needless despair and suffering. Fortunately, it's all limited. All the problems, all the greed is just limited to the games industry. Oh dear. What's really good though, you know what? I was actually getting a bit depressed, and what's really good is, we had the COVID pandemic, and what's really good is that humans learnt from that, realised the importance of following science and following procedure for things that have been worked out and planned for, and that we've managed to really evolve and develop as a society. And what's really good is the amount of critical thinking and how that's increased. Because I think if we didn't have that, it's quite possible that we wouldn't have learned any lessons. So that's good as well. Right. Why? Well, technically I passed it, but we're not online. But we are online. I'm very confused. I want to do the full. I want to get the best time. Early access. Can't complain. Listen to our remix, guys, on YouTube if you haven't. Or click the like button. Have I got to restart the game? Okay. Good to get another server. Or is this weird? Let's try this again. Oh, we did no mosquito fart. Why do we get? Why do we get like the sudden like brainwashing light? Oh no! We need to restart the game. IBL cannot retrieve data. What's IBL? Is that some like server? Is that some server thing? IBL or B? Or is that a B between two lines? B. Libel. We can get an insight into their label. Get an insight into their database system. Right, let's restart the game. Oh god. Irritable bowel. Yeah. Can't complain. Reloading the game. I like how the menu sounds are literally Gran Turismo sounds. Like, oh dear. Which is fine. I mean, I quite like the Gran Turismo sounds. I like the Gran Turismo music as well, actually. Which I actually quite like Gran Turismo. Like, for some reason, I like Japanese grindy game stuff. I like a lot of Japanese design, game design. Like, I could say it's objectively terrible, but I like it. It's that sort of arcade thing that happens because Japanese game culture stems more from like arcade gaming, and so you just end up with quite interesting stylistic choices in game design. Noob. We don't ever talk about force feedback on this channel. You talk, send a request and get no response back because it's not implemented yet. What? I haven't played GT7 for a long time. I need to try it again though. Every time I play it, I'm just reminded about how shockingly awful its force feedback is. Maybe that's what EVO was trying to copy Gran Turismo force feedback as well. Yeah, exactly. You can't complain it's early access. Keep that in mind, guys. Whilst you're keeping that in mind, click the like button as well. Ah, no, it's offline. That's it. Well, it was fun whilst it lasted. Right, okay, guys. Isn't this... It's early access, right? But you can see why consumers really don't like always online games. Like, I'm sure when this is out of early access, the servers will generally be more stable. But is it quite likely that when it releases on console, if it does, but let's imagine that it probably will do, will it not quite likely have server issues? What happens when Russia inevitably cuts another undersea cable, or World War III starts, or whatever? What happens then? Oh, you can't play your driving game. It's like, well, what if I want to play my driving game before the nukes go off, right? Like... you know, like what? this is what's really weird. You have Microsoft doing their always online stuff as well. It's like, guys, you do know that you know, you can't just... The internet's probably going to get destroyed by AI. It's going to be flooded with spammed shit from artificial intelligence systems, for sure. We should, if anything, should design around, like, the internet as a last resort. Not as the only resort. Wow, so I don't know what we do. I don't know what we do now. Oh yeah, guys, use my 505 affiliate link if you're buying EVO. By the way, oh, I don't have one. Sorry, guys. Use some of the other influencers' affiliate links for the game. Sorry, forgot. I forgot. I'm not a very good influencer. I forgot to get an affiliate link for this. Sorry, my fault. Go to settings. To switch to online. Hang on. Why did it switch off? Go to settings. Where's online? Okay. Gameplay settings. Hang on. Where's gameplay settings? Oh, my chat room blocks the screen. That's why. Why would it? Thanks for the tip. I appreciate that. Again, I just want to be incredibly clear here. I'm not having a go at the people actually doing the programming, because the programmers and the people and the artists and people working on this, it's not their fault. Just to be really clear, because I appreciate how much hard work goes into making video games. Yeah, well, that didn't. Yeah, I think it doesn't. Oh! Okay. Did I click the wrong button before? Okay, that was weird. No, I'm not apologising. I'm not apologising for the end result. I'm being clear that, because it's easy to you have people on like normal incomes working highly stressful, you know, on the video games, like doing the programming, probably crunching away, probably not getting paid appropriate overtime. I don't know. I'm not saying they are. I don't know with this developer, but pretty much all game developers, the people doing the programming, doing the graphics, doing all that stuff, going into the office or working from home or remote or whatever, they are working really, really hard. The stuff that's crap with games is not because of the workers. It's because of it's management decisions, it's publisher decisions, it's poor management. That's the issue, and that's what should be called out. But guess who gets to take the profit? Is it the workers that do a lot of the hard work? You know how capitalism works, guys. I mean, I'm not sure with this if maybe the staff are actually on holiday with an umbrella. Maybe they're not working that hard. But I assume that they are. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt from every games company I've ever been around, is that the people actually doing the work incredibly hard and they get shit on when it's not actually their fault. It's like, you know, so that's why I want to be extra clear with that. Because employees get... Oh, no! We took too long and the game's offline again. Oh, no. Can we do the setting from here? Can we dupe it? Playmaker, you're an EVO fanboy. I'm really enjoying... Well, yeah, but you can enjoy anything, can't you? That's like going... oh, I really enjoy, like, well, I don't know. Some people enjoy putting leather suits on and whipping themselves. You know? No, nobody... No, don't do that. Look, Look, I'm going to do the time anyway. Don't help that the handbrake's always on. What did I do? Ah, we were still 1/10 off. I know it's saving. It's kind of half offline, online. It keeps breaking. We're doing the time, guys. Come on. Come on. 20.4. If I brake where they put their traffic cones, the car does not make the corner properly. So I don't know why they put the traffic cones so far up. This is a nice reprieve from Trump destroying. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. I think there's nothing particularly wrong happening in America right now. Everything seems fine to me. God damn! Like the thing as well with the handling in this is it's so like clunky. You just feel like you put your steering wheel at a set angle into the corner. Like the physics are so like sloppy. I mean, maybe it's a force feedback, but. Right. Yeah. I mean, it just... it also, weirdly, has a... it has a weird, like... It's both sloppy and also then gets stuck. Oh, we're 1/10 off. Oh, is it? We can turn the T. I don't know how we turn the TC off in this car. Why is it on by default? Oh, we need to bind a TC button. There we go. Modes at R12 base. Probably bound it on over the wheel. Hit your head on the wheel. Yeah, we've already set this. Let's do it on this one. Hello. Like, this binding system is really shit. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. Right, so why have the TC on by default if the car's 4/10 slower with the TC on? Well, why would you put it on by default if it's like ridiculous? Also, well, okay, great, Fantastic. Well, we passed it. That's all that matters. It's the game. Accept it. Can't complain. Can't complain. Early access, guys. Early access. Can't complain. We got some wallets. Thanks everyone for clicking the like button. Thanks everyone that supported us. Appreciate it. Right, I need to quit this. We need to go to the next thing. The reset. That's it. We've passed the first. I mean, see, the thing is, I mean, it's covered by a chat room. It is fun doing pointless missions in games. Like, we are one of only 20 people to have fully completed the original Assetto Corsa, and that single player was really bad, but it was still really fun. So, you know. Elton's Ford Escort Cosworth. Here we go. For the next one, you have to do a drag race with the handbrake slightly on. It's all part of the Kunos design. You wouldn't understand it. Right, here we go. Look at this. Ford Escort RS. Right, what we did, we just... $36 100. Oh. Okay. The other car was sequential. This one's manual, as you'd expect. I didn't realise we'd set it up. Do it automatically. I'm so dumb. I clicked the up shift instead of the changing gear. Dum 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 dum. What? What? What is going on with the gears? What? Is this because of my? Is this because the? Like the detection of the gear shift. What is going on? Early access, can't complain. We'll turn the gear shifter off. Change gears. Yeah, where's the actual settings for manual gear for sequential? If we just don't bind the gears, and it'll work. Yeah, look, this is the for some reason this is my hardware doing that. I know, they're all doing that. I mean, we do use this H-pack with other sims without issue, so no, that's weird. It's all right in all the other gears. Let's just delete it. Oh, hang on. Trigger on. What? Trigger on press maybe will work. I mean, constant was probably the right option, but let's see. Let's see if that. Let's see what happens with that. It's assist. Where's the assist options? We have to go back into the main menu. Guys. It's like using Windows, this. What on earth? Oh, it's bollocksed. Fucking hell. Hang on. This has gone back to what we had it before. I don't get it. Unbind the handbrake. I don't even have a handbrake. I had to bind a handbrake to stop the handbrake being on. I don't even have a handbrake installed. Oh no, I do. It's not bound, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't even understand it. The handbrake's not even working, so... Well, just honestly... But I mean, this is not even selected. No. We don't. I mean, it's only all we have is V bound, because that was to fix the bug where the handbrake was on.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, it's only second gear that's doing it though. It's as if the hardware is doing a jitter, but then what you'd normally do is if you have that as a problem, you would well, first of all, it shouldn't go to neutral. Also, it keeps ignoring this changing these settings. Let's just do it with flappy paddles. This is messed up. We're just going. Oh, I thought we were gonna do the other layout. It's 36 seconds. Okay. Well, it has a really weird binary behaviour for when it decides that all the tyres go over the limit. It's the same. It's got the same physics issue that ACC has, where initially it's really like forgiving and controllable, but then there's like the actual point from where you've got like productive grip and productive slip, and then it going well over the limit. It's bollocks. It's not how cars drive. I'm sorry, but like cars, like I've been around racetracks in a whole bunch of vehicles. The tyres at the limit do not go, oh, grip, a little bit slip. they're like there's a transition even on slick tyres, even on cut slicks. They drive like Automobilista 1, AC1, the last garage. There's like the really kind of progressive, especially road tyres. Even like think how the Skip Barber is in iRacing. It's like a really... Why would you ever want a tyre that has like quite a lot of grip and then suddenly the car's doing a massive slop? That would be really dangerous tyre behaviour. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it's so obviously dumb physics. Like you don't have to be a bloody Michael Schumacher to be like, oh, hang on a minute, that's a bit weird. I don't know how people are automatically going, oh, well, this has the best physics ever. It's like, okay, it's interesting physics. It's not the worst physics ever. But I'm sorry, how can you ignore such a immediately, obviously glaring aspect of the handling mechanics? Can't complain, early access. It was so obvious in ACC as well, right? And then you have all these people that are like, no, real race driver told me that ACC is the most realistic. It's like, you can be like, you don't have to be a bloody race driver to notice in ACC that the cars have this like weird, like, fine, passenger slide. Just not what cars generally do unless you like go over some oil or something, or like you've done something ridiculous. So problem is, you just, as long as you've got like one or two real drivers that aren't being that critical and probably are more interested in their career and just, you know, whatever, they're not gonna also directly compare stuff in a clear way. That's enough for other people that don't know any better to be like, oh yeah, well, okay, well, they said it. It's not that this can still be fun. I mean, like, I think this is better than Gran Turismo to drive and Forza, and there are aspects that are great. Like, I think the general handling is better than AMS2 in many ways, but you know, it's just I don't like people being dishonest. No, offline. I think there's just so much dishonesty around sim racing, and then it's framed as, oh, I'm just being... It's framed as subjectivity. Like, obviously, there is a lot of subjectivity with anything, but the degree to which people are... Also, right, guys... The way people talk about Sims in private as well versus what they dare say publicly is it's so bullshit. Like it's just so bullshit. Like I just like lying. It really irritates me. The dude, thank you very much. Mario Kart is peak. The hamburger. Well, great. Good for you. Good for you. Let's go here. Doing another. We're in a spaceship. It's not really slagging off. I'm just... What the... I would drive. Whee! Am I in like the right... Is drive the right thing in this? I mean, to be honest, the way... The reason why this also probably feels like it goes into a massive slop is probably a lot of it's doing force feedback. Mad Hacks. 6 months. Thank you very much. Right. Oh, we can't be irritable bowel syndrome here. Right. Yeah, we just have drive. That's it. Weird, this car doesn't seem to accelerate very fast. We could do with like some beeps for the lights going out. That'd be nice. Why aren't the cones in a position of where you should like brake? Like I don't think the cones are placed correctly. Like normally if you're putting the cones as a reference, you have a cone for where to start braking, a cone for where you should be on the outside, and a cone for the apex. So can't complain, early access. God, this game of Muscle Guy, why doesn't he just shut up and promote stuff and make money? I'm such an idiot, guys. I'm such an idiot. Ah, 31.9! Bloody hell. Probably won't save it when we actually do it, because we'll keep getting irritable bowel. Oh no. Okay, it's half saving it. All right. Yeah, we need a beep for the start, like a countdown beep, because it's... Sounds like a London Underground train. Choo 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 choo. Oh no! 0.49. Bloody hell. I like it. I like this game. I like doing pointless stuff like this. I think this is fun. Doing pointless tasks with a goal is fun. Because I am a masochist. That's why we do sim racing. Well, I missed that apex. No, I mean... It doesn't sound like I'm having fun when I'm having fun, though. Man. Ah. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate it. Remember, you have to subscribe to unsubscribe. I would unsubscribe right now, guys. Hit the like button and unsubscribe. Alright. Come on! Oh, I feel like we're too slow on that start. Oh no. Ah, okay, new lines. This. Do we have TC again on? Oh, bloody hell! Why do we have TC on everything? It's slowing it. It'll be slowing it down massively. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't. Obviously, Kunos put TC on. Why not? I have it on for launch and then. Ready? Why does it say ready on the steering wheel? Like my breakfast is ready. Ah, what? I was slower with the I'd cut the track. Honestly, guys, the force feedback in this is completely useless. Absolutely useless. Like, it's not... It doesn't help you feel where the car's at at all. It's just dull. It's a complete F-up. I dare you guys, go and play AC1 and then play this. Oh, game offline. You have to have, like, ham hands or something to not be able to tell the difference. Ah, well, I think we're better with the TC on this car. Right. No, we did that. We'll just keep it on. It doesn't really matter. We just need to apex correctly. It's like 3/10 in apexing. We can get on the throttle really early with this car. Oh no! God damn it! Oh, that was a good launch, guys. I clicked that right on it. That's a free 10th. In my London Underground train. Ah, we've missed the apex. You can't, because you can't, when you push the brake. Oh! It was faster. You can't feel the initial rotation or like movement or subtle stuff because it's so like useless. Anyway, I'll stop ranting about the force feedback. You guys know. It's really funny. The people in chat that know are like, yeah, no, it's so obvious. And then there's obviously like probably 60-70% of people are like, but it feels really good to me. I can feel a clunk when I change gear and it's really tugging me hands. Yeah, it's a good point. Probably don't need to bet. You're probably right, yeah. Oh, world's slowest start. No, French cars are the best. Peugeot. Oh yeah, it does have it does have monumental engine braking. Oh no, thanks for subscribing. Maybe we should try and wingle it into the corner a bit. I mean, I do enjoy this kind of stuff. Like, this format is really good. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why do I like an arbitrary challenge? What is wrong with me? Oh, great apex. You're on the spectrum. ZX. Oh! Fuck! We need to welly it. Don't tell me it's TC. Let's just turn TC off from the start. Okay, that might not have been a good idea. Oh, that was a little bit faster. Like, okay, yeah. I mean, maybe the tip to TC at the start and then not is probably right.
I don't like ACC, but I do like
Don't listen to that guy. Oh yeah, you can really cut that right-hander. Ah! It's so stupid. I'm enjoying this. What's wrong with me? I should be like thrown off a bridge. Oh, I forgot to do the TC. Oh no. Oh, the front's so vague. Oh, it's the same time. Right, we need to really wheelie it through the first corner. Your wheel's broken. What's wrong with your wheel? Yeah, I realised that, but some of you guys clearly did not watch our stream where we completed AC1. you don't know about the click. Oh, it doesn't turn in on the brakes. This. Can we even? Oh, you can't change the brake bars. Ah, yes! Beautiful, beautiful. Done it finally. Oh, that was amazing. We got some wallets. We got $6,000 for that. It's well worth it. Beautiful. First try. Gran Turismo sound to the menu. Click the like button, guys, if you want to. How do we have 400 viewers and only 150 likes? Are you guys all like, are you using your elbows to use your mobile phone? Oh, can't push the like button. They probably hate viewers. Don't blame them. Rear wheel drive, Brands Hatch Overcast. Okay. Yeah, this for VR, the problem is going to be that this game runs like so. Basically, unless a game runs at like easily 200 FPS on my 4K setup with like I've got a 3080 Ti 4K monitor. Unless it runs easily at 120 FPS, easily, ideally 150, 160 or 200, but like unless it does 120 FPS easily at 4K with no drops, if you're using like a Quest 3 or anything better, you're screwed. Like, like you're screwed. Like, so this game needs to basically run twice as fast as it does. For if you were generally expecting to get a good VR performance out of it. Unfortunately. Let's go. I think we're doing all right this because I've never driven this track before. Like the handling of this car is so dislocated. and so sloppy. Ah, we got 14. Right. I don't know what people are on about when they automatically say this is like super duper realistic. Have they ever been on a racetrack with road car tyres? Like the car like the general grip levels seem right in this, but the car's just so seemingly sloppy and like it's like you know, I mean road cars are sloppy, but they're not this sloppy. I don't know why, like, you could debate it, I guess, but I don't know why so many people have automatically just assumed outright that, yeah, it's super duper realistic. Like, how have they made that assumption? Will I ever consider getting a driving licence? I'm going to have to, because, unfortunately... unfortunately, I have to drive in on UK racetracks. You have to have a driver's licence now, so I will. Not to... I don't want one to drive a car. It's just to drive on racetracks, which is really lame. I have no interest in road cars at all. I don't care. Thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. Oh yes, beautiful. Yeah, like it's not terrible, but like it's just well, I've driven real cars, like as we've explained. Well, first of all, this is one thing I don't get, right? Driving on public roads is like Euro Truck Simulator. It's not race. It's not. You're not driving at the limit. I mean, I don't know. I've driven around Devon and the car slides around a bit because there's leaves all over the road and it's like torrential rain and stuff. But this is the weird thing I don't understand. There's no correlation between driving a road car at road speed limit and driving on a racetrack. Like, it's a completely different activity. So it's really weird. There's this weird like obsession that people have with like driving on road cars and things. Like it doesn't. I've even driven a road car and then a race car version of that road car side by side, and just by virtue of having like taking all the weight out of a car, putting race suspension on a car, lowering it. It drives it's so much different to drive. Like a road car is just so sloppy. I mean, it's still way better than most sims, don't get me wrong, but it's car culture and car stuff. It's just ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's yeah, so well, thanks for subscribing. Coulthard, thank you very much. Yeah, so road driving is all about awareness of how stupid other people are. And ironically, right, this is what's funny. I get people go, oh, you don't have a road license. And it's like, yeah, right. Ironically, where I have driven a car is around Devon, right? In roads where you cannot fit two cars down them, right? And then there's just like brick, farm walls and stuff, and you have to reverse your car onto like a bit of banking or into a hedge because there's no way to fit cars through it, right? So you might have to reverse drive like I'm not even exaggerating. You might have to reverse a mile down a country lane, right? Because there's a big vehicle wanting to come through, right? Which I've done in the rain at night, perfectly fine. And you have to pull in the wing mirrors for there to be space, right? And I guarantee you, the people that are like giving me shit because they're like, oh, you haven't got a driver's license, you can't drive. It's like, I bet you I'm probably a better road driver than them, because I see whenever I'm driving in Devon, there are Americans that come down there, or people that come from London that can't even, like, they don't even pull the car over. They can't even get the cars down the roads. And they're clearly like in the 40s and 50s, and they've been driving for years, but they don't actually know how wide the car is. So, so it's just really funny. It's just so dumb on so many levels. Anyway.
3, 2, 1, go.
You don't need to track to do...
Sporty driving.
No, you do, unfortunately. I don't know where you are. Like, maybe if you're in some parts of Wales, you could probably get away with it. And in the States, and there's some countries where you could drive probably illegally fast, and it wouldn't be too bad. I wouldn't recommend it. But in the UK, well, first of all, the roads are like, they're not. So there's roads around Germany. There's roads where you get really good visibility. So like that's why they'd be good for motorbikes, because you can see exactly what's in front of you, and the roads are generally better maintained in Germany than the UK. But like, you can't know what's going to be around the corner. Like, there could be a tractor, could be like a pheasant, it could be a horse. It could be like a cyclist, or like I have to, the roads, I live near the countryside. When I go walking, I have to walk on roads. I have to walk into oncoming traffic. There's no footpaths. There's no, like, you have to walk on the road, the really old roads. And I have to be ready to jump into a hedge, right? So if a car is speeding, which they often are, and they're speeding, they're still well under the, well, actually, they're not necessarily speeding because they're like B roads with really fast speed limits, but you can't actually push a car to the limits on a public road, because you're just not even driving anywhere near the limits of the car, especially with how good modern cars are, and modern tires and modern control system. So like, there's just, again, it's like the force feedback thing. There's so many people that are actually just shit at driving. They think they're driving at the limit. They think they're amazing because they accelerate fast and wiggle the wheel a little bit. And it's like, okay, go to a racetrack, or go, even if you take them go-karting, they are terrible. And because they don't know what they're talking about, but oh, it's so dumb. Anyway. The whole car culture thing is so stupid, guys. Just the whole upgrading your road car for some completely meaningless upgrade, when you might as well just get a bloody, just like either a lighter car or something else. Anyway, our car culture, guys, so stupid. Honestly, I think it just attracts stupid people as well. Now, don't get me wrong, though. I really like vintage cars. I think vintage cars are amazing. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad idea to have. It's a good idea to have a driver's license for tracks. It's more to do with insurance, and yeah, you want to make sure that someone has a basic understanding and things. So, and it's a good form of ID. So I'm not against why they've done that. That's a whole separate conversation. Great. It's just stuck in a passenger slide there. To dismiss car culture it's incredibly broad. Yeah, but you see, what for comedic effect, you might say something that's a bit of an exaggeration and not be entirely precise. So to arbitrarily hold someone to being ridiculously precise with language when they're obviously making a bit of a joke about car culture in and of itself is also a completely stupid thing to do. So, but yeah, no, I think car culture is terrible. It's worse than cricket. Yeah, it's early access. That was an early access comment, so you can't complain. It's car culture is worse than cricket. I'm sorry. Oh, guys, I've bought a new BMW. Oh, I've upgraded this on it. This is upsetting people, but what they do is someone works a terrible job that they hate. So they work a really awful job so they can buy an arbitrary upgrade component for the vehicle, and they go, oh, it looks so good. Oh, I've added 4 horsepower, but I drive like terribly, so to make any difference, I might as well have just learned how to drive. Look, I say this is sort of, I like Chris Harris on cars videos and stuff is good. I know, but like, if you can't, like, sim racing culture's stupid as well. Like, if you can't admit that your hobby or the thing that you enjoy is moronic, then you're an idiot. You're a bigger idiot. Like, sim racing is completely stupid. Like, people are buying £1,000 steering wheels to play games that have like force feedback that's worse than stuff that came out 20 years ago. Who's the idiot? Come on, it's not the dumbest thing ever. You still have fun doing it, but you have to admit it's completely stupid. Look at the state of graphics cards, and like people are spending £1,500, £2,500 on graphics cards. What games are they playing? Cyberpunk, complete shit. The Last Battlefield, complete shit. Pretty much all the games coming out have like really shitty mechanics that are designed around like an 8-year-old on a PlayStation. The best games do not require all these graphics cards, like Counter-Strike 2, Rocket League. There's a whole bunch of really good indie games. Pretty much all actual good games are running on a Nintendo Switch or a Steam Deck. So, like, I'm sorry, like, I haven't played Cyberpunk recently. Look, I just wanted to have a go at it. I know it's probably not that bad. No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to hate on it, all right? I do actually want to play it soon. No, I was just having a go at it. I don't like AI that moves around stupid. Right, here we go. Let's try this again. 144.3, guys. Ebola Village! Hype! Yeah, I forgot about that. Guys, Ebola Village looks like it's going to be the game of the decade. Oh, bloody hell. I can understand. So I can actually understand vintage cars are actually look nice. Also, a car that can barely get up a hill is way more exciting on a public road than a car that just goes. Also, a car where if you were to have like the slightest of accident, your legs are going to be broken. That's exciting. Crumple zones take away the danger. Ah! Any car pre-2000... Well, okay, so, right, chat, everyone can agree. We can all agree that the Shelby Cobra is probably one of the nicest looking cars ever made. Fact. Any car after like 2000s is like too bendy. There's too much shit on them. Same with race cars. The 90s was like the peak. Yeah, update came out today. Oh, you truck cat. Truck cat? Cut track. Oh, it's a shame this force feedback's so shit in this, because it really ruins the experience. Like, you just... When you've played a game like AC1 set up properly, or Automobilista 1 and what have you, it's really hard when you play a realistic driving game that just has absolute shit force feedback. You're always in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, that would have been nicer to be able to feel stuff precisely. You're just like, oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. It's like if you play in VR and then you play on 2D, you're like, oh, it's a shame. In a year, I think. See how that when you nudge it, you turn it in too much and it nudges all 4 tyres over the limit into that sloppy slide. That is really weird. Nothing worse than a sloppy slide. Is this the one? I need a biscuit. Oh, there's an apex somewhere there. I heard a rumour there's an apex on this track. One, two, three, four, three. Ah, there we go. It was the one. Beautiful. 3 stars. Look at my wallet. I'm getting rich, guys. Modern racing is too computer dependent. Exactly. We can all agree. We all agree that... hurrah! Hooray! Hang on, why was the car floating? We can all agree that... 90s. 90s was peak motorsport. Right, is that... Okay, it's sports car. We've passed all of them. Great. Supercar. Italian chicanes. The click has arrived. A Lotus. Here we go. Which Lotus is this? Is this the Evora? Oh, 90 FPS, what on earth? Frame rate's terrible. Oh, the brakes on this car are awful. Okay, we need to brake a lot earlier than that. Bloody hell, I thought they would work a bit better. 3080 Ti on this system. I'm running at 2560 by 1440. I've got DLSS on. Ah! 1/10! That's easy. That's what rear views look like when you're a vampire. By the way, guys, subscribe to the channel if you hate yourself. Click the like button. We're also on Twitch. This car is so reluctant to turn. Can we change the brake bias? Oh, God. Like, this setup is terrible. Can we change the settings on this car? No. Such a like understeery car on braking. I think we can change brake bias. No. The problem is on braking, so TC won't even help. Let's try just chucking it in. Welly the car through the corner. There you go. Only one brake on the wick. Oh no, it's not going to save it. You have to sit in the back of the car to. Oh no. Did it? Is that it? Did it not save it? Oh, it didn't save it. We're being scammed by the Always Online. Oh, I'm going to do it again. Oh, well. I don't mind. This is... They've turned the level up of the torture. RIP! We're learning. It's alright. We're learning how to drive better with no force feedback. It's all good. We can do an even better time than what we did last time. Oh, we got worse. We got worse. Oh, come on. It's not going to save it anyway, so... I don't know what... we like go offline and online again? Ah! What's going on? Oh, the game just crashed. Computer says no. Computer says no. Well, that was fun. Let's try it. Let's try it again. Computer says no. Can't complain. Early access. Early access. Can't complain. Can't complain. Early access. Oh, I need a drink. I bought the game. I did receive a review key, but I bought it myself. Not that it makes any... I mean, if you're a YouTuber, it doesn't really make any difference. You know, if you buy a game or not, really. Starfire, remember when people were angry with the Sims? I know, yeah, but people get conditioned, don't they? Exactly. They get conditioned to just accepting it. And what can you do as a player? Also, the thing is, as younger players come into stuff, they don't know any different. So they gradually, that's how things move. To the either get better or worse. Oh, offline. Where was it? I just clicked the wrong button twice. Yeah, they're probably stuck in customs, all the horse heads. Oh, it saved it now when we went back online. So what's that about? Okay. You don't have an issue with online, always online. You're 41. You remember the old offline days? Okay. Exactly. It was all about pre-ordering your game from W.H. Smith's or the game shop, and then you go, oh, can I pick up a pre-order? And then the person in the shop would go, oh, let me check in the back, and then you'd have to wait, and then they'd have to rummage through everything. They'd rummage around, and then they'd come back out, and then they'd have your box, and they go, oh, here it is. Your box, your game box, which would be like this big. Oh, let me get my game box with a CD that's this big in it. Oh, carry my box home. I'm gonna now got the manual to read, and yeah, Jared Paul, you're forgetting that the publisher will have released a new game by then. Also, you wouldn't want a situation where you develop a game that's really good, accidentally make it open to modding, which actually makes it even more popular and sells really well and allows you to then sell your company to a publisher. But you wouldn't want to make that mistake. You wouldn't want to do that too well, because what might happen then is that the game that you made and that's open ends up being far more popular than anything you could make as a dev team that has to do everything in the specific ways a dev team does. Because it would be really awkward if, for example, 10 years after the game that you released previously, or 2 games before the current game you released, it would be really awkward and embarrassing if the game that was from 10 years ago, for example, hypothetically speaking, had better force feedback, arguably better physics, arguably, well, categorically infinite amount of content, and ram better. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? It would get in the way of selling a future product potentially. So you'd have to be really careful. You wouldn't want that to happen. I know. I see. I mean, imagine. Thank you for subscribing. Imagine being a developer that just kept developing the project and continuously developing that same project. Like, you know, imagine doing that. I tell you what, it would be really weird as a developer to have a product that's really amazing, that's been growing in popularity, and then to go and produce a car-specific simulator in another game engine that runs atrociously for the sake of probably licensing and, I don't know, maybe selling a company or something. That would be a really weird thing to do, wouldn't it? That would be really strange, to build like a really good open platform that's miraculously gained massive popularity and to then effectively abandon that. And it'd be really annoying and awkward if some like Russian guy effectively then hacked your product and took over it and started making hundreds of thousands of pounds every year out of your product. That would be really annoying. I mean, you know. Games industry, guys. Can you imagine that happening? Yeah, I don't know, Fast Boy. I'm not entirely sure about that. Right. Here we go. Look, the hamburger, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Oh no. Fuck, with your 35, got to be faster. I need a sandwich. Okay, we gotta get it even better. It's almost like if you're driving in the rain, you need even better force feedback. Oh, this is going to be well hard. Bloody hell. it's just more slidey and progressive in the wet, which is might make it feel easier to drive. Oh, there we go. Jason Murphy, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I'm level 5's coming up. Why do wipers put more screen? They're Italian wipers. Don't complain. Early access wipers. Can't complain. You're driving a dry line in the wet. Of course it's not going to give feedback. It's essentially black ice levels of grips where it's rubbered down. Although clearly it wasn't, because the car was actually driving perfectly fine there. Also, I don't think they were absolute slick tyres. Also, you don't know how weared in the track was, and if the track had a rubbered in line that was then wet that would then be slippy. Also, you can still drive on a the racing line even when it's wet. It depends on a whole bunch of variables. Sometimes it's still faster to drive on the racing line even when it's wet, because the actual end result and apex and where you put the power down, how it works out, will actually be faster. It turns out, oh my god, it turns out that you can't just apply a simplistic binary rule to stuff that's quite dynamic. I would recommend not just regurgitating some random video that you maybe saw in a Formula 1 presentation or something else, where they say, oh, you can't drive on the wet line in the wet, or the racing line in the wet. I would recommend just playing a video game as a video game and seeing what happens. So, you know. It's so dumb. So dumb. Oh, we've lost the licenses here. Oh, well, that was good. All right, supercar. Am I not being snarky enough? I think it needs to be more sarcastic. The thing is, I know I'm an idiot, right? And so what you do is you would look at something and you go, oh yeah, I probably don't know much about that, and there's probably a load of stuff I don't know about, so I'll just see what happens. It's not hard. It's easier to be an idiot than it is to pretend that you know what's going on. You see this all the time with sim racing. People are like, oh, this tyre compound, oh, this car setting. It's like, well, no, but you don't know until you actually try it, because the simulators are often programmed stupidly, or they don't work properly, or there's some other quirk with it, or even in real life there's loads of random crap that doesn't make any sense. It's counterintuitive. I don't understand why hang on. I don't understand why anyone would want to drive in the rain, because it's cozy and it helps you escape the dinosaurs. Starfire, I have an S10 that I have to change the fuse box of, because if I use it as is, the fuse will get hot enough to melt the fuse itself. Sounds great. Jason Cheney, there's like a bug. If you go into the game menu, go to game options, and then click online again when you restart the game, and it might connect. Not sure how to talk to pompous asses like myself. Hang on. Oh no, I clicked off the screen to read the comment. Right, explain to me why what I said is being a pompous ass. Just believe what you want, buddy. So what I said, I gave, right, here we go. I listed out a whole bunch of variables that are just the reality, and I explained to you why it's not a binary situation. You were the one that was just regurgitating a binary specific assumption. I explained a range of things, and then I explained, and I was pompous, over the fact that it's stupid when people overly simplify things. So yeah, I was being a pompous ass on that, but the pompousry, the pompous assery was not on the component of what I believe or don't believe. The whole statement I made was saying don't believe a specific thing. So again, you failed. You failed. I mean, I won't disagree that sometimes I will be a pompous ass pompery, pompass, pompassery, yeah. But yeah, I'm sorry. Don't complain. The access, don't complain. Yeah, not sorry, not sorry. Early access. I need a sandwich. Why am I sat so low in this car? Oh, bloody hell. What is this? Can we raise it? I need a booster seat, guys. Oh, bloody hell. I mean, it's not a bad seating position, but... Okay. Throttle's a bit sensitive on this. Oh, he had my steering wheel to the side. I killed a marshal. What? Is this an American car? Oh! It's American, isn't it? Yeah. No wonder it can't go around corners. Oh, we did it! Oh, did we get it? Did it count? It did! That was so stupid. Oh, that was so dumb. Yeah, smooth driving. It's all about being smooth on the exit of the corners. God, what an awfully handling car. Textbook finish. Ah, beautiful. Oh, is it not saving? No. What? It's lost my progress. No! It's got rid of it all. Oh, kudos. They give and they take away. What do we do now? Oh, no, it's gone. Restart the game, okay. Bloody hell. Can't complain. Prestiged. We've prestiged. Ah, dear. Oh no, now my monitor's turned off. This is not what I wanted to happen. Oh, I can't click the menu item because the screen's turned off. Oh no. Can't complain. I wonder if Kunos has my live stream up. I hope for their mental health that they don't. Locking tickets. They're probably, as I said. Oh bollocks! I forgot to change setting. The programmers and the workers are working. They'll be working really hard. I don't have any complaints about them. My complaints are towards management. It's always management's fault, guys. Why do management get away with it? It's fun doing challenges, though. Okay. Just change my monitor settings here. Hopefully it stops flashing between resolutions. He's getting me back for saying EVO wrong. Right. I need to eat something, guys. Thanks everyone that's clicked the like button as well and watched and everything. Appreciate it. Okay. This is his car passion. Car passion. The Alpine E-Car Challenge? No, none of them's... we haven't had any R challenges yet, particularly. Kunos does not allow pompous asses. Oh, here we go. It's come back. Oh, it didn't save... Oh, no, it did. It did save it. I know. Well, why didn't you make me some fresh bread? Oh no, it's random call side's car. I can see fuel. I can see oil leaking already under the car. There's already oil. There's oil trickling away. Oh dear. Why is the road texture not loading? Really weird. 40.9 we need. We're well off. Right. Get ready for the error. Game offline. Cannot retrieve data. Well, we'll get the time anyway. what is going on with the throttle and the grip. Ah, this is going to be well hard. 40.9. Like it's the braking on the downhill left-hander. Can't retrieve data. Oh! 0.6 tenths, 600s, 6,600s. I'm going mental. It's all right with stability control on. It's not going to save it anyway, so I'm going to do the time anyway. Maybe we can go out and come back in. Oh my goodness. Kunos, 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 Kunos. Can't complain. Early access. I mean, it says evolution, but it definitely feels like this is a devolution over the previous one. Why it's acting like, I don't know. Kunos are running this on Marco's Italian 486. He's running it on his sports car computer in his boot. Every time he goes through a tunnel, the server goes down. Marco's driving around Monaco in his sports car from the early access money. And every time he goes into a tunnel, he's like, sorry guys, service down, I'm driving my car. He's just got like a mobile phone aerial on his 386 in the boot of his supercar. I'm sorry that your internet is not working. Thank you for my early access. Restarting again. Let's restart. Can I have a rewind? I know, Battlefield soon. Why are you so nasty? Yeah, I know. Why? I get that from developers. They go, "Why are you so nasty?" It's like, well, it's not really nasty. It's called actually caring about the consumer. It's called being old. Oh, DD girl. Beautiful. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Perfectly formed servo motors for her leg. It's a DD girl, dreamy girl. Beautiful servo motor babe. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, Magic SimuCube. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. She's so powerful and strong. She can't do anything wrong. Even her wheels feel good in EVO. Thank you, Joachim Muller, rotating in his bed tonight. The DD girl with her thighs made of Chinese extruded aluminium. Beautiful. What a dream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting us. That was very low effort. I'm starving. Thank you very much for supporting us. Appreciate it. We are very much an independent channel, so thank you. The best sim I've played. Thank you. Yokamula. Do you think this works? Snakey, loving the work done so far. OG Dre, noticed that it saves some random time sometimes. I come at 3 stars and then it shows some worse time, or sometimes finish at 3 stars. Well, it's probably the servers getting data random, and then probably different servers, and then it's decides. I don't know. Have I spoken? I don't think Marco's ever going to talk to me again. Right, here we go. Oh, hang on. Oh no, we still got 1 star to do. There we go. I did save it once, but. Yeah, no, I like the structure. I like having single player stuff in driving games. It's good fun. You look through the car list and there's no Caterham 7, so it's a bit disappointing. I know. Well, I mean, if there's not a Radical SR3 or Caterham 7, what's the point? Actually, I need to eat something. I'm starving. No, we got slower. we got money in our wallet though. Okay. Don't drive hungry. Ah, no! We're like 3/10 off. Oh, yes. Get in there. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're tough, but they're not like super easy. They're like, I guess it depends obviously on your like experience level. What makes them harder to drive? Is it the cars feel shit? Like the way that car just doesn't, like, it's just so stiff. And again, the force feedback's terrible. So, like, yeah, if you play Gran Turismo and you're comparing it to Forza and stuff, fine. But if you're comparing it to original AC, it doesn't hold a candle to it. Like, it's just like you have to drive in like a really like brutal way in it. It's like a really sort of like clunky way, like not finessing it. It just doesn't have the precision of AC, of the first AC. It does. It feels way more like you're driving some like Gran Turismo or something. I think it is better than Gran Turismo, but. It's not how you apex that corner. Richard Burns Rally. Is this him I picked? Oh look, we did the lap time. Oh no, it didn't give it to us. It said 50. We did it, but we didn't. What on earth? We did it and didn't do it. That's confusing. It said in the game it said 550, and then it added 5/10 on. What happened there? Did I just crash into the railing? Jesus Christ, that was brutal. I thought my car exploded. Can we see it in this replay? Italian stopwatch. Oh, look at this understeer. Oh, there's an apex somewhere there. Why did it? I think we hit the little plastic railing thing, but it's concrete. Why is the replay running at 24 FPS? Cinematic frame rate. Right. Here we go. Here we go. I hope it doesn't just stop. Oh. Yeah, we did. We just drove into the railing. The marshal doesn't care. The marshal's like, oh, this is fine. So we gotta go again. Well, apparently the railing's made out of concrete or something. Whoa! Good start. Ah, game offline. It's like, right, this is car passion. It's more like this is network infrastructure. Oh no, let's keep restarting. Hang on, it's forgotten. Now it's forgotten where we are again. Can't complain. Early access. I need my sandwich. Oh, that might work. You can... Oh, no. Yeah, you can... If you click... Rather than restarting, just go to that option. Can't complain, early access. Man, I missed it turning. Oh, there we go. This car feels terrible. So it's so like mute and like dampened and sloppy. What is it? BMW what? I've been in a, I don't know if it was this car, but I've been in a BMW GT4 car in real life and it was actually quite nimble. I mean, it was understeer and I was neutral, but... It's so sloppy. Right. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I need a sandwich. We're progressing through though. It's fun doing it's fun going through the missions. I feel like I'm going crazy seeing everyone praise EVO as the best, most realistic force feedback. No, I know Wicked Dimension. But what it is the game has a lot of damping feel to it, which people think is a car being heavy. So they're like, oh, I can feel the weight of the car. And then what it has is really aggressive, like suspension. When the suspension compresses, it tugs on the wheel really aggressively. So people are like, oh wow, I can really feel the car, the weight of the car, and but they can't. It's just like the suspension compressing, so it's not really of any use, and it's all like so sluggish. So basically, it's like ACC is very similar in that it is a really good test for if someone can actually, if someone is fixated on like over the top force feedback versus force feedback that actually gives you detail as to what the car's doing. So yeah, unfortunately a lot of people just don't know. So, and like I said, we did a video about this. My flies are undone. Let me just do my flies up. We did a video about this, and yeah, the problem is you can't explain to people. They have to experience it. It's exactly like VR headsets. For years, like I had a DK1, or I was into VR even before the Oculus Rift headsets. For years, I was explaining to people, oh, the VR is really fantastic. Like I'd used cave systems, like a room with projectors. I'd used a whole bunch of stuff. And I was like, look, VR is really, really superb. And obviously, these limitations, you know. And even with the DK1, the resolution was an issue. But like, I could explain to people, I could say, look, you can, like VR, it'll track your head. It actually feels like you're there, you know. And people go, oh, I don't want it. It's just 3D. And yeah, until you put them in a VR headset and they actually used it, they'll be like, oh. And that's the problem with people. For some reason, I think it depends if people are creative or not or something. I don't know what it is. Thanks, Data Blunder. 11 months. Some people have the imagination and ability to imagine what things could be like that don't currently exist, so they don't need to experience it. So, for example, I can imagine even better force feedback that's in the original AC, or I can imagine what certain things would be like that. I'd have to do them to have a reasonable idea of what they'd generally be like. Like when I first flew an aeroplane after having never flown a plane, I was like, oh, I can imagine that it would be like, you know, or when I first went snowboarding after having never done snowboarding and only done skiing, you know, I was like, but some people can visualize that and think about things like that, and some people just can't. Like they have to literally experience it in the moment for them to get it. It's similar. Like in fairness, I can't program, so I can't imagine all the processes or the structures that you might use for a certain type of like database or game code or something. Like I wouldn't. So if I was to say to a programmer, right, I want I don't know, like I want a realistic like seesaw. I want it so that an object that has some kind of like realistic weight to it, if it drops on the seesaw, it then causes the seesaw to fire something off it that's also got a weight. So I could base it as a simple 2D physics simulator. I don't know how I would approach that in my mind's eye. I can't imagine, you know. But it's someone that's already done some basic 2D physics programming stuff. They would already know, all right, these physics libraries are the right thing to go for. This is how we probably approach this. I probably want to preemptively nip these things in the bud. I probably need to do that. And they could probably program it in their brain, basically. And then when they sit down, they would, you know, they could just do it. Whereas I wouldn't know. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate. Stop saying realistic force feedback is not realistic. Why does that upset you? It's the truth. You just got to know a colleague of his doesn't have an inner monologue. Yeah, some people can't. Well, so that like a lot of people have different like weird stuff. So like I have like a degree of like face blindness. So like I don't remember people by their faces necessarily. Like I remember them by how they sort of how they walk, how they talk, like that, like a bunch of stuff. Not just like that's their face. Like it's not too bad. Like there's degrees of this. I know people that are completely face blind. Like even for family members, they can't remember their faces directly. They'd have to interact with them. So I'm not that bad, but I notice it especially when I'm at like trade shows, and there'll be people that I've seen like I know for like 3 or 4 years, or I've just been talking to for an hour, and then I go and do something else, and then they come up to me, they go, all right, and I'm like, oh fuck. Where hang on. Because there's like a limit to how many faces and stuff you can also keep in your brain. So yeah, but unfortunately my face is like, it's really punchable, so it's easy to remember. Well, that's the advantage of looking like a boiled egg. But yeah, it's quite normal for people to have blindnesses to things. The key thing is that you as an individual, you go, oh, I don't know those things. If someone then makes a really good art, if someone explains logically what's going on with something, you don't then just go, no, I know better. You go, oh, actually, those reasons you've suggested are interesting. I don't understand it, but those reasons seem logically correct. So that, and then you'd be like, okay, well that seems reasonable. I can't like accept it 100%. I can't doubt it 100%. But if someone gives good reasons to explaining stuff, you go, well, okay, it's coherently reasonable what they've said. That's the key thing. You don't just dismiss it. Like if a programmer explains to me that I don't know, DirectX 12 in a game engine makes more sense because it's more future proof, the frame timing makes better, future graphics cards and current graphics cards will be able to leverage it better, drivers will improve things a lot. The current gen consoles and the next gen consoles will be able to take advantage of it. So, explain all the like ins and outs of why you do that over using an older game engine that at the moment would run a lot better and might even seem future proof. You'd be like, well, I don't know. I haven't investigated and researched it to know any better. So I'll just agree for the most part. I wouldn't just go, no, no. Right. Damp track best car. What licenses? We've done supercar licenses here. We're now on hypercar. I mean, this is fun going through this. I need to get something to eat, guys. I really appreciate everyone watching the stream, though. Thank you for everyone that's been taking part today. Click the like button. Thanks for the donations as well and memberships. Appreciate the support. Remember to use our Assetto Corsa EVO 505 affiliate link. Oh, no, I don't have one. Don't use that. Use one of the other people's that do have one. 2.5. Right. Let me get. What am I eating? I don't even know if I have a sandwich. There must be something. Is my wake sleep schedule? It's not inverted, but it was a bit messed up from when I flew. I might just have some couscous and some fish. I'll be like 5 minutes. How about a boiled egg? I would actually. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm not having a boiled egg. I think I'll do some couscous. Or I'll see if I've got something in my freezer. Should only take 5 minutes. Back in a minute, guys.
go.
Hello. I'm cooking some chips. Lyro RC, thank you very much. I thought I'd try this. I thought I'd set a goal thing whilst I was on the loo. Don't know if it works. Is it we'll get if we have five donations, I'll only say positive things for an hour. There's no way you're achieving that goal. Oh, here we go. Appreciate the support, guys. So we've got like 15 minutes for the chips to cook. To have some cheesy chips. I've got some tea though. It's a nice colour car. Oh yeah, I need to make a little video about Wreckfest too. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Okay. "34 seconds. Okay. Who needs grip? I mean, literally no force feedback for that at all. Nothing. Oh, easy, easy, first time. First time. My wheel's clicking for some reason. It's weird because it's not broken. Look, maybe I need to refasten it. Look at this. It's nice to have cheap Ferraris in video games. How's everyone doing? I hope you're having a nice evening. I do appreciate everyone watching. And it's nice to play through missions and things. You're still in bed and can't be bothered to get up. I don't blame you. Every update's game changing. Ah, it was too soon. Too soon. Philip! Oh! DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, Simucube, Simagic. It's a DD girl with the wheels for her legs, her wrists and her neck. It's a beautiful servo motor babe in Philip van der Keck's bed. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. Everybody wants a DD girl, but if she gets in the bath, turn off the electricity or she will fry. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Fanatec, Simucube, Moses in Magic. She's from China, from Japan, from America International. DD girl with a DD wheel. Always driving north at 100%. There she goes again, disappearing off into the sunset. She drinks lots of tea, but now her game's gone offline and she's crying in the corner, attempting to reconnect. Thank you very much for being a member. Appreciate the support. You won't like it here. It's terrible pace. Sadly, the channel memberships do not contribute to the goal of 5 donations to get us to be positive for an hour. Can you imagine that? Can you believe that a man who has clearly put a huge amount of effort into singing still has the energy to sim race? I know. Can you imagine? Imagine all the people. Welcome to the corkscrew. Glory be to the FFP. Have I got that on here? Hang on. Let's see. It was made by AI, that.
Blessed is the FFB.
Right, here we go. Yeah, it's one of them.
Oh
no. I don't need to do launch control. I'm too good. What I do need to do actually though is try and force DLS S4 onto this. Ah, there we go. How's it going, Thomas? Oh, I really want to play some Counter-Strike, but I'm quite enjoying doing these challenges. So I guess we'll continue doing this. Dive deep. We're getting the licenses. Enzo, I use Lock to Horizon because I get motion sick, and actually what you'll find is when you're driving a car, if you're driving a simulator or whatever, or a real car, you're looking really far in the distance. So what's more important than the car moving is the track being easy to focus on, because you're looking like deep in past the corner. So if you have Lock to Car on, you might be like, oh, I'm with the car, but it's like actually in real life your brain and your eyes filter out all those bumps. So that's why I put Locked Horizon on. It's actually more comfortable. So get those chips in, John Rambo. Once I started doing it, I know I like stuff like this. Like I'm being preemptively positive to Kunos. I do like having objectives and some credits and pointless stuff to do. Like I do like that. Like I think this is really good to have in a game. It's terrible. It's awful. Like it's not even good game design, but I like it. So I'd do this with anything. Doesn't matter what the game is. I was just like, a task to complete in a video game sounds good to me. Basically, a bit dumb. That's good. Lol. That was a bit easy to pass. Just wellied the final corner. I mean, I am a pretty skilled sim racer, obviously, but who 100% today? Obviously me. A bit. Who in chat? Right, come on, guys, come clear. Who in chat has 100% completed AC1? Come on. Who has? Is it just me? I think it might just be me. I am the best at pointless tasks. Yes, I wasted my life and I've achieved nothing. Go me. What? It's just like, what a loser. It's always you. Show us the lap. That's what perverts say in nightclubs. Drifting was the best bit. An hour. Oh, my chips are done. I'm well excited. I'll be back in a second. Hello? When I saw the press cars of this model, I was convinced the Smurfs co-developed the car. That's no Ferrari. You're never getting a Ferrari for free, Niels. How dare you? How dare you? Like, that is a great example of Niels' character and a typical Dutch behaviour. Like, think about all the people that put work into this vehicle. And the guy that tirelessly designed it, went through university, probably had parents that had connections, but he learned to draw, and he got feedback, put all that design work into it, and then the engineers tirelessly worked to put the car together. And there's Niels, and Niels will just say it's designed by Smurfs, co-developed. I mean, actually, it's just disgusting. That is the type of absolutely disgusting negativity that I think the world is rife with these days. Yeah, it was early access, so you can't complain. I think it looks beautiful. Every Ferrari I've sat in real life has been very understeery. And, I don't know if that's like a Ferrari thing. I think you probably have to like welly them onto the throttle. I think that's how they want to be driven. Wasn't the problem with the F40 that it was understeering and then spontaneously oversteering? These are just chips with the skin on. With some cheese on them. Or starving. Cheers, guys. Non-alcoholic Guinness. Get in there. Yeah, they're all right. Probably could have cooked them a bit longer, but I'm so hungry. Look at that Noodle Man go. Noodle Man has better physics than the cars in this. Kunos spent all their physics development on Noodle Man. 6 programmers tirelessly worked for 4 years on Noodle Man physics. Yeah, you can't. I mean, ultimately, this is the ultimate noodle. This is the noodle evolution in Noodle Man. That was actually the whole point of the project. Marco actually has like this weird obsession with noodle men. He hates cars. He just really likes noodle men, and he's been building up for decades. He's been wanting to build the ultimate noodle sim. Look, in the background you can see it behind the crowd wobbling around. Impending Noodle Man. Harold, you can't power slide in second gear. It just washes out understeering. You should watch Neil's House Involved video on throttles. He has like a weird obsession with throttles. Look at that noodle wobble. Look how snappy it is. Look how like immediate it responds to the wind. You could look at that. That's incredible. If they replaced the car tires with Noodle Man physics, this game would be like up there. Tell you what to think. This is the world's best Noodle Man simulator. When you checked last year, what's that? Do you mean the throttle thing? Does RBR have functioning throttle? I need to install RBR. I've really been wanting to play it. I'm worried I'll get really motion sick from it. It was my favourite simulator for a long time. It probably still is. What happened to Rensport? They're still doing stuff. Keep your eyes peeled. I think it's just slow development. Rah Goose, would you rather they waited to finish development before they released it? From a consumer perspective, yes. From a selfish YouTuber perspective, no. Them releasing it like this is really generous of them because it allows me to make jokes and take the piss. Every single update they do allows YouTubers to talk about the updates and get views and things. So it's good for me. It's good for content, but for the consumer, I think it's terrible. So it depends which way you look at it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only a £30 game, or let's say you spent £40 on it. You know, it's not crazy money, and they will keep working on it. They are. I can't complain because they're early. Yeah, they're early air fried. Definitely, they needed 3 more minutes, but oh well. I think Ace over the year. I think it'll be playable. It'll be all right.
2,
Oh, hello.
go!
Are Kunos gonna go Endor AG. Dickers.
Dick. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, sir. Dickus. Biggest Dickus. Are they going to go Endor? I don't know what you mean. So Endor was bought by Corsa, and I think they're going to be fine, which is good because I like the people that work at Fan Attack. Kunos are going to make shitloads of money out of this game. Kunos are going to make so much money out of this game. Like, there's no competition for vague. Like, if you had to get, this is quite realistic. Like, I complain about it from someone that's done 25 years of sim racing and is thinking about it as a hardcore sim racer. AC, AMS1, RBR. You know, like from a proper hardcore sim racing perspective, that's where I approach things from because that's what most our user base expects, right? From a general gaming perspective, your average person can't drive at all in the first place. I mean, I'm bad at driving, but your average person is like 1,000 times worse. Then on the consoles and for mass market, Forza is complete shit. Forza Horizon is actually really good as a game generally, although the last one wasn't that good, but it's not bad as a game. But Forza Track Racing is complete shit. So just having like basic game structure, some basic car upgrades, some basic things to do, there's no competition. So if they release this, even if it was like it is now, but assuming the online doesn't disconnect, this will sell amazing on console. Also, the marketing, your average player that would buy this on console would just lap up all the marketing. Like, oh, it's the most realistic. They're not going to question it. I'm not saying that it's not realistic in many ways, but like they will just... People buying car games that are somewhat realistic, there's a kind of weird... this goes all the way back to like PGR, MSR, Enthusia. There's like this weird, like, the type of people that like car games, actually car culture, they're really susceptible to argument from authority, and all the brands and bollocks. Like, for some reason, it's like car people are just a bit stupid. So, so like, they will just, if you've got like a real driver saying, oh, it's quite good, or saying it's really good, and you put that in the marketing, and you have the developer saying, well, we've got the most complex, most realist, whatever, and then you've got a bit of gameplay, a bit of multiplayer stuff in it, your average consumer's going to completely lap it up. They'll make it. Kunos are going to make bank off this, or 505 will, so that's why I don't feel bad being critical about it as well, because I'm not going to affect I'm not affecting anyone's bottom line at all. So, also, if this was genuinely complete shit, I just wouldn't cover it. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. Like, when I don't like something or I think it's really bad, I just don't cover or talk about it, because by talking and covering something, you are promoting it, even if it's something that's crap. So, some people just don't understand that. But yeah, Kunos are they're going to make a lot of money out of this. Yeah, I'm using a 4K screen, but at 1440p. Cheers, guys. You don't like the lighting? It definitely has that kind of... It must be like one of the ways that lighting is done.
3, 2, 1, go!
The dude.
What is Yakamaya doing now?
Oh no, we're 2 donations away from having to be 100% positive for an hour. How long have we got? 28 minutes. What's Yakamai doing? I don't know. I hope he's all right. I haven't spoke to him since the whole Fanatec stuff. I imagine he's crying into his money, but I would, if I was him, I'd be a little bit annoyed. Like, I'm not saying that he managed a company perfectly and I don't know what the complexities are, but obviously if you've built a brand in a business, like, I did think it's weird with sim racing. I totally get how you could be annoyed with the manager of a business and you could say they've done a good job, a bad job, or whatever they've done, right? That's fine. That's a discussion. But I do think it's really weird in sim racing how, like, the fact is Thomas built a brand of sim racing equipment, high-end sim racing equipment, where no other companies gave a shit at all. They were really early with load cell pedals. They were really early with mass market DD wheels. They're CSW and basically everything on from their CSL Elite, the first one they did for Forza and stuff. They were really pushed the boundaries of the good quality, like, replaceable wheel rims and car branded stuff and like actual higher end sim racing stuff, right? And they did that like a decade before anyone else. So they did, you know, they actually helped to build that part of the industry up, right? And it's really weird how in sim racing then, like people just be like, oh no, well, just don't mention that at all. Don't mention it at all. It's really weird how business is just strange. But I'm sure he's alright. Oh. Almost finished the chips here, guys. Matt, it's game changing. No, it's with the online, the single player stuff works now, so this you've got something to play through. They do just say that, but you don't know. You don't know the specifics, so I wouldn't go. Like, for example, personally, he's always been. I've always found him funny. Like, he's mental, and he's always been really nice to me. So I'm not saying that he's always nice to everyone. And again, I don't know what other management stuff goes on, and I'm not saying that they're perfect. But like, you can't distill people down into a single thing. Matt's like, oh.
Three, two,
Oh, I know.
1, go.
Boss, how bad can a racing game get if it is bad?
Philip Van Newkirk. How bad can a racing game get if it's bad? Well, what's the worst racing game? How bad can it get that people will accept it? People accept iRacing's physics. Need for Speed Shift was pretty bad. Oh no, WRC at launch was really shit. Like, it didn't fundamentally work. I don't know what the like worst AAA sort of. Kneekirk. Yeah, but I'm dumb. I can't read people's names. Oh yeah, Test Drive Unlimited was a bit of a disaster. Like, what? What? Whoa, man! Man, these chips are well strong, dude. Whoa! God, what? I knew I should have mixed those mushrooms in with my chips. What is this? Whoa, man. It looks like some kind of like light map or something. Picasso mode. Let's see if we click drive if it stays on it. Oh! Oh no, I'm going to be positive!
2, 1,
Thanks!
go.
Oh!
What in the world? The game is zooming out.
Thanks, Philip. I'm going to be positive for an hour! Ah, I can't say anything negative. Thank you very much, guys. Ah, no. Yeah, I think this is really awesome. Whoa! What? This is insane! Ah! Oh, it's the wall, it's the wall. Whoa! This is well trippy. Oh, there's a wall there. Where am I going? Oh, I can't. Ah! Oh, it's like 3D and not. Imagine this in VR. Whoa! What is going on? What is that? Oh, this is well weird. Oh. Okay. Oh no. I don't see anything wrong with this at all. I think everything's perfect. Let's hang on. Is that this one? Oh no! I can't even. Ah, we're done. I'm gonna have to restart the game. That's really weird. But yeah, I think they really nailed the graphics in this. We've got an hour of saying only positive things. Yeah, it loads quickly. That's really nice. I really like how fast it loads, because I think in the past, I think we take that for granted these days. T100. What do I think of Neil's housing veld? I mean, he's been an inspiration to me. I didn't used to appreciate spreadsheets, but having seen quite a bit of content on his channel, I really I really passionately enjoyed. Despite struggling through school with maths and it being horrendous, Neil's single-handedly made me appreciate Excel. Although I'll be honest, actually, I'm more of a OpenOffice calc user. Is that all right? Is that acceptable? It works fine for me. I imagine if you used calc as a business, it'd be terrible. But for I just do basic stuff in it. Oh, we're back. Right, what time do we need to get? 1:32. Let's do it. Thanks for subscribing, Daily Drifted. the joys of driving iRacing at the limit. Well, what I really what's going on with the shadows? The thing is, I really enjoyed how iRacing's handling at the limit has forced me to learn how to be much more precise with my pedal input. I can definitely attribute iRacing's physics at the limit with making me more attentive with driving. We got till 10:15. Anyone joining the stream now is like, has Gamer Muscle finally been medicated? I knew he needed something. Finally he went to the doctor. I do like Laguna Seca. Ah! Twice I can't see them. I keep driving into them. Oh, we did it anyway. I keep driving into those bloody railing things. For some reason, I don't see them. Any graphics performance improvements? I don't think the update did that. But I need to try DLSS 4. I tried setting it up, but I don't think it's working yet. So I need to give that a go. Talk us through the best of MS2 rear diffs before the update. Well, I don't like to comment on car physics because I'm not a real driver. So what do I know? You know, I'm really not in a position to comment on diff behavior. So I'm sure they've worked really hard as a developer and tried to do the best they can. You know, really. Rain and the Snake. Sounds like an adult film.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, hello.
Go.
Ist Thrustmaster T300 enough for AC1, AMS1?
T300? T900? 300? T300? That's like the German Terminator film. Or Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know why we're doing like half German, half Japanese. T300? 9. T300. Yeah, it works. T300 works with AC1. I've got a T300. It's all right. Yeah, it was T300 was a nice upgrade from a G25, but if you're buying wheels now, the T300 is quite expensive relative to its quality. So you're probably better off saving a bit longer if you can. Like if you're willing to spend the £200-300 that a T300 costs, you've obviously got enough disposable income, so you might as well just wait a bit and then buy CSL DD or a Moser or Simagic or something. "55 minutes of this. I'm a real race driver. To be fair, your promise was I'll say positive things about Ace 1 for but we might as well be positive about everything. Why not? The advantage is if you're positive about stuff, I won't get shouted at in the comments. So, you know, on one level it makes me feel terrible inside, and but on another level it's easier. So you know, the dude, you're just wondering if you upgrade to a DD wheel to understand your part. By the way, the dude, you don't need to donate to ask questions. Just type questions in chat. You're wondering if you have to upgrade to a DD wheel to understand my points of force feedback. Not really. You should be able to feel the differences between the different sims, even with the G25. But yeah, so basically, until you get to about 8 Newton meters with a direct drive wheel, the specific motor speed and power of the wheel will kind of affect what you're feeling from the simulators. I mean, really, you kind of need to get to it's probably around about 15 Newton meters, 200 RPM. At that point, you're basically it doesn't matter if you were driving a Formula 1 car, vintage car, new car, whatever, the wheel is not going to be the thing that's affecting the game in any way. But once you've got to 8 Newton meters with a modernish DD wheel, there's more of enough detail and dynamics that you're basically feeling what the sim is putting out. A T300 is still a little bit vague in its force feedback. They overheat after a while as well, and they're also a little bit dampened and stuff. But they're not bad. Credit to Thrustmaster. This is not me just being positive. G25 was absolutely revolutionary when that came out. Like, honestly, so I had a Sidewinder very briefly. It wasn't mine, but like I used one briefly with like Toka 2, and I was like, oh, that's awesome because you could feel the game, so that was great. But then I didn't use wheels for ages. Thank you.
Go.
Oh no.
Oh crap, I hit the wrong button.
Thank you very much. So then I had a Momo Black, and Momo Black was so hard to play R Factor 1 with, and but then I would play Live for Speed, and it was like, oh, it's okay, it's not too bad with Live for Speed because it has quite decisive force feedback signal. But then went round a friend's house, and this is when they had Richard Burns Rally, and they'd just got a G25 because it had just come out, and oh my god, like I remember that we were playing Richard Burns Rally, the France 1 stage on Richard Burns Rally. We played it for like 6 hours straight. Like we were just like, oh, all right, we're doing France 1, then he would go, and then I'd try and beat his time, and we're just there going, oh my god, you can feel the game, it's so precise. Like it was, honestly, it was so mind-blowing the way that the G25 did not get in the way of input, and you could be precise and you could feel what the car was doing. Like it was so good compared to Momo Black and older wheels. And then the other thing that happened was when DD wheels first came out, again we like played games with that, and like the AccuForce wheel, because they were the first. The AccuForce was the first consumer DD wheel that didn't cost like the Bodner was like £4,000. The AccuForce was 1,500 or so. And then like OSWs came out within like a month or two of the Simucubes, in terms of, in the UK at least, unless you were doing like full DIY stuff. So yeah. But yeah, G25 when it came out was like utterly revolutionary. Yeah, 12 Newton meters is a good amount of force for vast majority of stuff. Like the only time where I'd say 12 Newton meters is lacking is if you're driving like certain Formula, like GT1 cars, like the Maserati MC12, or certain Formula cars on tracks like Spa, and the sheer range in force at full speed through something like Eau Rouge, you have to turn the force feedback down so it doesn't clip in that situation, which means then you don't get much force feedback on the slow like bus stop chicane. But yeah, generally speaking, especially now with the wheels that you have on the market now, the 12 Newton meter wheels are like really they have good dynamic range even though they're weaker. So you have no idea what anything newer feels like. That's good. That's a good thing to do. Like that's a good way to enjoy life. You need 25 Newton meters. You need 80 Newton meters. Then you can ride your DD wheel around your living room. Right, let's do this. MX5 time. 48 seconds. I think the strongest DD wheel I ever used was, I think it might have been 45 or 50 Newton meters. It was like some random OSW solution. Totally pointless. Hello. Okay. Guess it's a bit wet. Well, you're only going to be good if you buy a wheel with my affiliate links. If you don't use my affiliate links, then they're not worth having. So whatever the most expensive thing you can buy with my affiliate links is worth getting. Oh no, we're offline. I really enjoy the suspense of not knowing if we are going to be online or offline. I think you can all agree it makes it even more intense if you don't know where the progress is going to be saved. Which, you know, Sims are lacking that intensity. So it's good to have it. Oh, we did. We got 2 stars. We need to get 3 stars. Grand Theft Auto style. I'm really interested to see what the Moser M booster pedal is like, and because I really like the active pedal, Simucube active pedal. Super interesting. Feels really good. This is gonna be tricky. $48.6. Where's all the rain gone? Oh. Well, I guess I was using the visual angle of the steering wheel to know how much I was turning. I do like the Mazda steering wheel though. I quite like to get one of them. What's the update? They enabled the single player stuff, the licenses. Utrid under 10.
Disgusting, 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 disgusting,
Disgusting.
disgusting, disgusting, disgusting.
Thank you very much for being a sub, you fool. Thank you. Disgusting. Ah, we're so slow. This is gonna be. I need guys. You're gonna have to get out of the car. You're too heavy. You're all too heavy. You're weighing us down. You can just buy brake pedals. House in Veld do pedals on their own. Some companies, a bunch of companies do just single pedals. Well, actually, this is surprisingly grippy in the wet. In this, like it's surprisingly it's very smoothly sliding. Oh, train. I don't know what for. Oh, 49.3. Well, did someone just subscribe or something? Thank you very much. Who was it? Got a call for that. You're not seeing it just a break, but yeah, there are quite a few companies because obviously people. You have companies that sell to like sim centers and like random places, and they just they'll have like they want spares and things. Is LMU? Well, I can't say anything negative about EVO, so I mean I can't say anything negative.
3,
Oh, thank you, Martwa.
I have a tip for this test. Just be fast mate. Einschaltungszeichen.
Einschaltungszeichen. Thank you very much. I nailed that. Thanks, Marta. Really appreciate the support. What are my thoughts around Elon Musk? Richest and smartest man in the world who definitely isn't a beep. Gaining full access to trading. I mean, I can't really comment on it because you know, I'm not a politician. You know. What I can say though is I think we're in really exciting times, and like I watch a lot of history documentaries and read a lot of history. I'm still like getting through a lot of East German history stuff, which I it's fascinating. And I always thought to myself, it would be really fun to live through like one of these sort of like revolutionary periods, you know, where you have like big transitional periods between changes in government and you know, I think because you read about it in history books, you're like, that's great, but you can't immerse yourself in the reality of the history. Like when you read history, it's not really the actual experience, is it? So I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget to embrace, is that sure, you could live through a really like dull period of history where nothing really happens. You know, you have a family, you have children and stuff, you accrue some wealth, have a house and things, and you know, then die of old age. You know, you could do that, but is that why not experience? Life is for experiencing. So I think people can focus on the negatives too much. It's so we should be grateful for the opportunity. Craig, what are you saying? Like, if it, I won't support anybody that's like anti-trans on here. You can, I'll ban you very quickly. You should do a stream someday where you cannot say anything negative about life. To be honest, I don't think you can be positive for even 2 minutes, but you're doing really well. Oh, here we go. Let's go. I'm not sure. I think we just need to be super smooth here. But fortunately, Kunos have nailed British weather. Again, you can be harsh, but look at this. Look at this weather. It's absolutely fantastic. This is what it feels like to go shopping in the UK. I know we're in Japan, but this is the most British thing so far in the game. $49. Oh, we're getting faster. Getting faster. Is it in Japan? I thought it was in Bulgaria. Hang on, we need to get this start quicker. Well, is there a noodle man on this track? That's all that matters. Where's the noodle man? There he is! Noodle man! Noodle Simulator 25. this is well hard to get the time. Maybe we just need to accelerate smoother. Well, I think maybe just deeper into this corner that'd be a lot faster. I'm more of a I'm better at driving cars with downforce. Jesus Christ!
3, 2, 1, go!
I like reading through the list of emperors that Rome had across its history, and it's full of forgotten bozos. They once thought they ruled the world, but now they are a footnote in Wikipedia. This is the fate of all current power-hungry idiots.
Yeah, no, well, there's a really good documentary about all the Roman emperors as well. But yeah, no, it's really, yeah, it's quite interesting. You see, like Nero and yeah, I don't know the names off the top of my head, but yeah, how that all worked. Thank you very much for the donation there. I really appreciate that. I don't know how much ARS 666 is, but it came up on the screen as pink, so thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, there's that. It's that the Stoic thing as well. Is like you have the thing where people that tend to be very egotistical and narcissistic, they don't have the circuitry in their brain for like enjoying basic things, or like their enjoyment is entirely framed around what they think their perception is, what they think other people perceive them to be. So their entire self-worth and joy is predicated on what other people think about them, and they also get really preoccupied with where will I be remembered in history and stuff. And it's like, well, if when you're dead, you're dead. so what's the point of like doing loads of stuff that's not productive? Or what's the point of like having a huge empire and doing all these things? Like, what's the actual point? Like, great, okay, you're mentioned in history books. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? If you're dead, you can't enjoy that. So it's really weird. There's people that seem to have like sociopathic, narcissistic brains. They seem to not be able to connect the dots in terms of what's relevant. Like, I think general sort of Stoics pretty much nail reality and the like basic philosophy. That is true. I mean, Nero did come back from the dead to do pretty good CD burning software, yeah, with good user interface. So, I guess it wasn't all. It wasn't all a loss. Caesar came back as a salad. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You might think you're doing great things. I'm the ruler of the world. Hear me, hear me. I will be remembered for the entirety of history. Hear me. And then you get remembered as a salad. You don't get to choose. You don't get to choose. I wonder. I think Caesar would probably find it pretty funny. To be fair, I wouldn't mind being remembered as a salad, and I think it's quite likely that I would be remembered as a salad. If I remembered at all, as a salad is not bad. What would be the worst thing to be remembered as? Like a Peugeot, maybe, or like a. Oh, I don't know. Vegetable seems fitting. Crap. Toilets are pretty good. Oh, there's that whole thing with what's his face, the crapper. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Pugo. I like Sean Cole. Hi guys, I'm Sean Cole. On this episode of the Sim Pit, I'm going to be driving the Butter Revolution, and we're going to be driving the Pugat. The Pugat. Sean Cole, I hope he's at that Chicago sim racing thing and we get to meet him. I'd be like, he doesn't know. He genuinely, he doesn't know how excited I'll be. A Butter Revolution. Home Depot. He doesn't know. I want to have dinner with him. Right, here we go. Pugat. Here we go. The only person to 100% AC and get 5k I rating in a month. I'm sorry, but well, everybody. Hello, Orimi. Well, everybody. We're slower. This is a well-hard challenge. Now we just need to click. I need to go deeper into this first corner and not brake as much. And then wider into the second corner. We did it! We did it. No, you actually... So the key with EVO is... It really wants you to, like, drive... drive into the understeer quite aggressively, and then also be really, like, aggressive on the steering. Like, it doesn't want you to, like, rotate the car on the brake gently. Like, you really have to, like, lean into the understeer in it in what I can only imagine. I'm not a real driver, so I can't comment on it. What's the time? No, we still got 30 minutes of positivity. Right, that was good. Continue on. No, it's different from Project Cars 2, because Project Cars 2, the car comes around very quickly on the accelerator immediately. Yeah, you do drive into the understeer and then get on the throttle, but the throttle in this doesn't insta-rotate the car. So
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Look at this. I'll win the sun now. 44 seconds. I do like Suzuka's a nice track. It's really, Suzuka's really good if you've got cars with a bit of downforce. Easy. Look at that. Straight into the wallet. What's a good track if you don't have downforce? Brands Hatch, Alton Park, Mid Ohio. They're sort of like 1950s tracks. Cadwell Park. Always same tracks. What we got to get here? 39 seconds. I mean, to be fair, most tracks are good with an MX-5. Like, MX-5's a nice spec car. Easy, easy. The difficulty is quite easy on these. I guess it's just a license test there. Yeah, I've never driven a Caterham, or even I've never even sat in one in real life. I'd really like to. Yeah, Caterham 7 used to be my favourite car. But I still have it up there, like Caterham 7, Radical SR3, Shelby Cobra. I would still, if the thing is, I don't think I'd ever buy a sporty car because I just think it's a waste of money. But I would, if I didn't care, I'd get a Caterham 7. Oh no, this is another tricky one. To nail the final corner. It's an experience, not a waste of money. Yeah, no, but like, yeah, but no, but so for example, flying a helicopter would just be such a bigger experience, or flying a glider, or I don't know, just traveling somewhere and spending time, just in the countryside, just be better. I'd rather. So let's say you got a Caterham 7, it's probably going to cost you what? Like let's say the car was 25,000. But it's not going to depreciate a huge amount. Let's say buy a second-hand one for 20,000, and it probably depreciates by like 5,000. So it costs 5,000 in over 5 years, and then insurance and stuff probably going to be another like 3,000 or 4,000 a year. Well, maybe less than that. Like, but it's like either way, you're probably talking on aggregate over a 5-year accounting period. You're probably talking about what, £7,000 or something, £6,000, and it's like, well, £6,000. If I was like, right, I could spend £6,000 on not if I was going to just travel somewhere and like not work basically, then that would be much more fun than a Caterham 7. Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine doing glider flying in New Zealand. Flight to New Zealand's about let's say it's £1,000, or it probably work out about 1,500. Accommodation another 1,500. So let's say £3,000 plus £1,000 for all the glider stuff. So £4,000 to spend a month or so in New Zealand and do glider flying. It's like, well, that experience would massively blow out the water owning a Caterham 7 for 5 years. So that's true, Nasty Butler. But yeah, I'm not a car person. So some people just owning a they want to own one, and they might just enjoy driving around at speed limits, you know. Yeah, like sim racing scratches my driving itch for me. Also, like the way I do life is that I'm very I don't spend a lot of money on things, generally speaking. Like I tend to live very cheap, which I enjoy. I enjoy being frugal. I like shopping in Lidl's. Oh, that's a bit better. You'd let me sleep on your gym, in your gym. Thanks, Hell Knight. There we go. Let's go glider flying. The only thing with gliders that terrifies me is some of the accidents that happen in gliders are like really unavoidable or just difficult to avoid, and then the people tend to like break their backs or just fly into hillsides, which is pretty terrifying. It's the kind of thing that's like totally safe in the vast majority of situations, but one thing goes wrong and you're dead. The grip returns quite quickly there. I kind of feel like I'm pushing my luck because I've almost killed myself like 5 times now by accident. So I kind of feel like I've already used up all my lives. So I'm like, maybe helicopters and gliders probably not a good idea. Here we go. But I mean, I've never done glider flying yet, but it's so obvious that it'd be absolutely amazing. Oh no! We were 1/10 off, or 100th. Oh, your ace is patching. Oh, maybe there's been another update. Almost a mosquito fart. I know, Nasty Butler. It might be the same one that flies over me as well. I keep seeing it. It flies right over where I go walking, and I'm like, oh my god, how good would that be? How good would that be? It's £700, I think, to do. I looked into it. £700 for like 30 minutes. Oh, but how good would that be? I mean, I'd rather fly a glider, actually, I think, by myself, but still, just to sit in a... Ah, bloody hell, I've got worse. There's that well, you won't be able to do it anymore, but there was that Russian jet where you could get a flight to the atmosphere. It was like a few £1,000s. Your dad had a Spitfire, why not? Oh, yes. No, game's offline. Oh, I did it. The game's offline. Oh, I've been offlined. I've been offlined, guys. Oh, no. That's part of being positive. It's added to the excitement. I didn't say it was negative. It just didn't save it. That's not being negative. I enjoy the mystery of whether or not it saved the time. Can't complain. Yeah, it gives you the, you can, if you didn't enjoy it the first time, you can enjoy it the second time. There we go. I know. Yeah, it saved it. There we go. But did we get the money for it? We're on £678,000. I'll be able to buy a one-room flat on the outskirts of London. Thanks for subscribing, Valclav. YouTube tab crashed. Can't take a positive GM. YouTube's AI is going, why is he being positive? There is something wrong. We need to investigate. You cannot compute. That's how YouTube talks. YouTube AI talks. Can it be real estate in a racing game? Surely it would have to be virtual estate. Very funny pun. What information do you want, Matt? Oh. 15 minutes and then we'd have to be positive anymore. We're good. What time do we need here? 2:32 full lap. I do enjoy these challenges though. I'm being honest. Noodle Man, no, Noodle Man's gone. Who's removed the noodle? Oh no. Where's me noodle? Where's me noodle? That's what she said. Oh, I see him on the hill. They've moved him on the hill. Look at him flailing about. Look at those beautiful noodly arms. Blessed be the power of the noodle. Ah, life is complete again. Noodle Man has not a worry in the world. He merely flops in the wind. There's another Noodle Man and another one! Ah! Where's free noodle men? Why have they put so many noodle men everywhere? The noodle man obsession. There's another one! Ow, why? I'm telling you, this is the ultimate noodle man, this simulator. Oh no! We came offline! I'm trying to set a lap time. There's another noodle man in the trees. Why? Why? Why would you put a noodle man there? No one can even see it. Imagine going for a walk in a forest and just coming across a noodle man. And another one on the hill. I think we're on like 8 noodle men. 2! 2 noodle men on one hill. There's another one. I can't drive. There's another one. Why? Why is there like 40 noodle men on this track? I can't. Normally there's like 1 or 2 at a racetrack. There's like 50. They just replace everything with noodle men. They're everywhere. Look at it moving. I could be a noodle man. Oh dear. There's noodle men everywhere. No, there's one at the pit lane. Everywhere you look, there's a noodle man. Everywhere you look. Ah. Some artist at Kunos is just like, I really fucking like noodle men. Oh, I wonder if I can put another noodle man on this track. Oh. His mission is to put as many noodle men in the game before he gets told to stop. So stupid. Oh, thanks for subscribing to Noodle Streams. It'll turn out that the low frame rates are from the Noodle Man, taking up all the CPU processing. The cheeky one at the top there. Yeah, I think I'm kind of getting a feel for the meta of driving in this. You really have to not brake. Like, it really wants you to like go in a bit hot into the corner and like push into the understeer. Like the car seems to it slows down a lot off throttle. Been ramming noodles. I might could even be flat out through there. Did it? There we go. I don't know if it's engine braking or if it's the just the tyre scrubbing. The cars are very stable in the understeer in that state, so I don't know if it's just that. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oh, cannot retrieve data. I think if we quit and then go back. Nice, thank you. Oh dear, no, it crashes on this screen sometimes. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh, we might have got the racing license there. 45 FPS is a bit low for VR. I mean, you really need to get 90 FPS with 20% overhead for Quest 3. I'm going to have to restart the game. Let's hope it's saved. Does Alt F4 work with this? Oh, it does. That's good. Some games Alt F4 doesn't work, which is weird. Some games it does. Oh, and I've even turned off on the force feedback wheel. I've turned all the filter off entirely. Yeah, also frame generation is already, that's what asynchronous space warp is already a form of frame generation basically. So VR already has frame generation. Yeah. It's weird actually how that works. It's really crazy. Well, I think the way it works in VR is that it artificially extends the image that's there. So when you turn your head, even if the frame rate is slower, the image effectively moves to the right when you move your head to the left. But what it's displaying there is like an extended, like fake version of the image to the side that's replaced with this, that then updates when it actually gets the new frame. So basically, the point of doing it in VR is that you need to be able to move your head up, down, left, right, and forwards and backwards and stuff. You need to be able to do that with like sub 2 millisecond latency, otherwise people get motion sick. So yeah, it's like the game is projected onto a 3D plane in front of you, that's covering your view, and then that way the game could freeze, but you move forwards and backwards. It's not spatially moving. It's not updating the frame, but it looks like it's still moving forwards and backwards. It's really crazy, actually. I believe that's how it kind of works. It's more complicated than that, but that's kind of how it works in some ways. What's going on here? How do I feel the updates progressing for EVO? Improvement is good. Is there hope? Just let me answer that question in 1 minute. Give me a minute. Just wait till 1/4 past. What's going on here? Oh, it's 15:15. So, oh, it's gone off. So, yeah, like, just having stuff to play through is nice, but the issue this has is I think the physics are actually a little bit toast in some ways. Like, the cars are quite sloppy. Like, the MX-5 is really, really sloppy. In the wet, it's like really sloppy. Like, when I've seen cars in the wet, they tend to do like a snaggy thing. Like, wet tyres are like road tyres in that they have very wide slip profile to them. But what tends to happen is a track isn't uniformly wet. So what happens is the car's fine and then it hits a wetter patch and it sort of goes and then comes back again really quick. Like, it snatches a bit and snags and it's really raw. Sure, like there could be more of a wet bit of a track where it is just generally slidey. It depends, but it's much more of a you watch like fast drivers in the wet, no matter what car they're driving, they'll be turning, feeling out the grip, and then the grip goes and you have to quickly snap the steering back, right? Because you have to the grip goes, you're like, oh, you got to catch it repeatedly. Because the grip like just goes over the limit in the wet, right? It depends on the wet conditions, and that varies massively. That is not at all the experience in this. In this, it's just like you've got a track grip that's been turned down and the whole car's sliding slowly. Also, all the handling in this is really sluggish. It's like slow motion. It's not tight. Like, if you've ever been in a real car around a real racetrack, it's pokey, it's tight. Like, I've been around a track in a Honda Type R, like the Celica I drove, the Race Prep Celica, Aerial Atom. I've had passenger laps in BMWs, Ferraris, Radicals, like GT4 cars, a whole bunch of stuff. And they're all like really tight and responsive, and the tyres are biting into the road. There's different behaviours between slicks, cut slicks, and road tyres, but yeah, like this is just not what cars are like on a track, and not like AMS2 slidey. Like the general, this is not as weird as AMS2. AMS2's more responsive, which is more realistic in some ways. Just play AC1; it's just on another level, or AMS1. It's just, or Richard Burns Rally or something. They're just way closer to the nature of real cars. The dry conditions are in this are more closer to like wet conditions. As bad as iRacing is, at least it's like initially biting.
The pace car is out of control.
So, you know, this feels more like what you'd imagine a Forza type Gran Turismo game to drive like. Which is, a lot of people really like it, and you know, but I think part of it is because the force feedback is so dull, and also I think the force feedback is genuinely delayed. Like, by the time you feel that the stuff happened with the car, it's too late. You need to have done the input before that. So the force feedback's actually it's delayed. It's the same. ACC had the similar problem. It's I don't know how, like, it's so obviously worse than AC1, or even or R Factor 2 and stuff. It's just, it's not, yeah, maybe it's settings. It's not settings. Here we go. It feels delayed. ACC has that problem as well. Part of that I think could be like the damping. I don't know what it is. Yeah, but like the thing is, unfortunately, or fortunately for Kunos, most people can't drive very well, and most people don't know good force feedback, and most people haven't played AMS1, Richard Burns Rally, Assetto Corsa, and are not going to compare, so they'll be like, oh, well, it feels really good to me. It feels like my road car. So, you know, and Gran Turismo is so shockingly bad, but people have just come to accept it because it's what they grow up on and stuff. It's a good game, but, like, the physics are just gloopy. Yeah. Can we go back to not complaining? I've got to... No, I have to... I mean, we could have another... another no-complain goal. Start another goal. Okay, start another goal. Right. Right, here we go. Oh yeah, you can feel so much in AC1. It's absolutely incredible.
The pace car is out of control.
Look at this. Yeah, race room's a little bit drawn out and sluggish, but it kind of, you can tell what's going on with it. It's all right. R Factor 2 is a lot better, but R Factor 2 is also very vague at the limit for the tyres. But it's R Factor 2's quite direct in many ways, but it's still very vague for important information. LMU's got even worse for that, but the developer knows. Oh, they know. They're working on it. Yeah, VR gives you a much better sense of speed for braking and car position. It's really good. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think more simple force feedback is... oh, we can't change brake bars in these. Because in a simulator, you're just so disconnected. If any of you ever get a chance to drive a race car or a car on a racetrack, the last thing you would ever describe it as is disconnected relative to a sim. You just wouldn't. Oh my goodness, the brake bias is so far forwards, and we can't change it. Have we got any noodles on this track? We need some noodles. Yeah, but Nuclei, you drive a real car through your body. Watch the video on my channel that explains that. But there's a lot of real cars you don't feel anything through a steering wheel. So in a simulator where you don't have G-forces, you have to let the player feel what the car's doing. This is not good to... Oh my god. This is so shit. I'm struggling to like... This car's a slow car. Like, this is a joke of a car to drive. And I'm struggling to like... just drive it around this track that I've driven so many times before. Because the force feedback and just... Oh, it's terrible. But we're doing the time. It gets worse. The closer you get to race cars in this, the worse it gets. Because the more direct you'd expect it to actually behave, but it still feels like it's a bloody Ford Escort or something. So my Moser wheel's impervious.
Three, two, one, go.
Do you still think putting your sim in a real car?
Put my sim in a real car? Don't know what you mean, but thank you, Philip, for the donation. Really appreciate it. Oh! Oh, there we go. Oh, he saved it. That's good. Nvidia fanboy beef? What's that? yeah. I mean, a motion rig is really nice, but I think it's unfair to force people to spend £5,000.
Force feedback issue.
Yeah, we could just get a race car and put a rig in it. That'd actually be a really funny video. I don't think they'd let you onto a race track. Oh, noodle! They wouldn't let you onto a track with a sim rig in a race car. Oh. Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, I don't like the depth of field reality rigs. I think they're a bit pointless. So the type of, like, people might like them. It's fine. I can see why it'd be immersive and why people would enjoy it. Of all the motion rigs I've tried, and I've tried a lot from like really high end like private training rigs on rails and God knows what. The one rig I haven't tried is like the giant Cruden sim rigs, but I've tried like pretty much everything on the market, and the one thing that works really well is the sort of D-Box, Sigma Integrale, 4-point actuators on a solid rig, not a load of movement, and just have the actuators basically pick up like if the car's compressing or if you're going over a jump or the suspension stuff, and dialing it in as tight as possible. That always feels the best. That's the closest thing to, and it can mirror real car suspension feel, like not G-forces, but it can mirror the sprung weight of a vehicle feel very well, and it's great. It really does add a lot to the immersion of feel of driving a car, but you have to dial it in, you have to tone it right down. Yeah, I have tried the Force Dynamics. To me, it's just over the top and too delayed. I can see why they're good. I can see why people like the Force Dynamic rigs. I can see where they could be fun. But they're too slow for me. Like, they just make me feel motion sick. But the nice thing with those Force Dynamic rigs, though, is you could set it up however you want to, you know. And they do have a lot of freedom. And if you're going to use it as a flight sim rig as well, so I'm not saying they're bad rigs. I can see why people would use them. Also, they have good travel and stuff. So I'm not knocking them entirely, but for me, like, there wouldn't be any point of that over a smaller solution. Why is my nose all funny? I need a cup of tea, that's why. Ah! 1/10 off. Hello, Eurydice. Ah! Well, that was faster, but we drove into the wall. You've encountered... Yeah, well, no, you'd be surprised. Adrena Luke. I have some very famous race drivers on camera saying that they think Gran Turismo is by far the best and most realistic sim game they've ever played. And I'm not going to say who it is, but they've also changed their tune on some things. But, you know, I'm not going to say who it is, but I would say you'll find that a lot of people say stuff that's not necessarily consistent. But you know what? You know, I would say you should really be skeptical of what certain people say, or not read too much into it, because they might have, you know, they might, most of the time they don't actually give a shit, because you know, if they're race drivers, they're more into race driving, not video games. Like, it's a bit harsh for sim racers to not understand that, but that's mostly the case. Most people I know that do real race driving, they really can't give that much of a shit about driving simulators. Like, they kind of use them, and they don't hate them, and they think they're a good tool, but they don't really give that much of a shit about it, because you wouldn't. Like, why would you? Like, unless you were a mega nerd, or you really happen to just like sim racing as well. I would say, like, Max Verstappen, I think he genuinely enjoys sims in and of themselves, like he's a weirdo. But like most drivers, real world drivers, they like real world driving. Unsurprisingly, they're not that interested in simulators necessarily. Like, some do, but you know what I mean. So you have to think, like, if you can drive like real world sports cars all the time, you're probably going to find a lot of sim stuff a bit underwhelming, unless you happen to enjoy the art of simulators. You know, you're just going to see them all as video games, which they are. Also, I mean, we've talked about this. I need to do a video on this, but there's this weird effect of when you do something in real life, it can make simulators seem more realistic than they actually are. Like, you can end up imbuing the simulator with more than it's actually giving, because your brain expects the thing because you're so used to it in real life. Ah, there we go. There's quite a few times when I've done stuff, when I've like driven a car in real life and then gone to simulator, and I immediately think, oh, that's it, the simulator's more realistic. Or I notice, you notice different things. Can we get Can't Complain as downloadable ringtone? Yeah, on our Patreon, I think you can download our songs on our Patreon. If you're a Patreon member, we upload all our songs to our Patreon. It's a good way to support us as well, directly, if you wanted to. I upload all our music on there, and is it that you have way more experience in Sims turning the whole thing on its head? Well, me personally, I'm just really interested in haptics and simulators in general, like as a form of art. So I just think about it a lot. No, I think I tried Eugene Sudoku. I don't know if it's working. I need to give it a go. But it should be. I mean, it should be, but I don't think it is. So I don't know why. I need to double check. Yeah, well, no, I like games design, and I think physics games are just a very complicated type of video game, so I think they're very interesting. Ah, we were well close then. I am using the R12, yeah. I'm going to swap it over for the other one soon though. Well, the reason why how sim it is matters in the sense of if it's more realistic, it's normally going to be more fun in terms of like the tyre behaviour and stuff. Because a more precise, responsive tyre is often just going to be more fun to drive. More detailed, more nuanced. Ah, it was better. Ah, at least we know what game we're playing. There we go. You really have to drive into the understeer in this, in a quite aggressively lean on the front through the corners. You think oh, it's going to it just wants you to like push onto the fronts, but you can't feel the force feedback for it, so you just have to drive it enough times to know that you can go through that corner at X speed and it will. It's really weird. Go to settings, gameplay, and then turn online off, click apply, and then turn it back on and click apply and see if it works.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Ah, there we go. I'll show you the setting now. So if you go to the main menu and you go to settings, gameplay, then online mode, then you click off, then you click apply, then you go back to it, and then you click on, you click apply, then that can make it reconnect. Hang on, we just did it and now it's, or did we not? Oh, no, it did as well. There you go. We're full of pro tips. Gigabyte motherboards about. That's not true. ASRock. They're the best motherboards. ASRock. We built a whole IT room with ASRock motherboards. They were like really cheap motherboards. They were like £30 motherboards, and they all worked perfect. They're really good quality. This was just for a college, but it was surprising how cheap they were. Are they? They used to be like the super duper cheapo ones. Is it a Korean company? Yeah, they were good though. Like, we were taking the piss out of them, but this is in the 2000s. This is years ago, because they had like really shitty boxes, really shitty PCB. Like, they looked terrible, but they were really good. So it's all good. Yeah, motherboards are normally pretty good. Okay, we've got some pace to do back there. Woo! I need a cup of tea, guys. Absolutely dying. I mean, I would have a coffee, but I don't really feel like it. Oh! I think we can turn the TC off. These BMWs do have quite squeaky brakes in real life. Woo! Let's go. We're getting through it, guys. Oh, invalid. Preempted the start too much. Bloody hell. I think you can get it for £26. Thanks for subscribing, Federico. Hello. Federico fresh. Are you Portuguese? Obrigado. Sounds like a Portuguese game. Foda-se. Welcome along. Or Brazilian. Oh, there we go. Well. Yeah. Oh, did he say he saves it when you come out of it? Full lap, here we go. I hope I'm getting money for those. You did an hour around Brands Hatch. Fair enough. Noodle men on the hillside. That's 2 noodles so far. Three noodles. Four noodles. Yeah, I don't think even if you pay £30 or £35 for this, I don't think that's a bad price for it. Like, it's, you know, they'll keep developing it. So if you're just talking about cost, it's not really a thing, not really an issue. You'd have to wonder why. I mean, you know, you compare stuff to other things. Oh no, we got to do a 2:26 with 3 seconds off. Bloody hell. Can't complain, Mike. Can't complain. Oh my goodness. Turn the TC off. The thing is, you have to just drive this into the understeer so unnaturally. It's such just a tank. Time. Yeah, doing stuff like this does make you better at driving, because you have to learn how to do whatever. It's the same with Gran Turismo or any game. It's not the weight transfer. Like, ironically, it's anti-weight transfer. It's just like slop the car through the corner, or get the preemptive corner speed right, and then plough through the understeer. No, it's not to do with any of that. Like, I'm reasonably decent at sim racing, and it's like this just has like a really weird baked slide that you got to get the car into. Well, I just don't know why. Like, it's fun to do the challenges, but being objective, why on earth, if your goal is like enjoying handling a vehicle, why would you want to drive something that's imprecise and like sluggish? It's not realistic. Like, people be like, oh, but this driver said it's realistic, or like Kunos said it's realistic. The physics in this are worse than AC. Like, the handling is worse than AC. Like, okay, you can go over the curbs and stuff, but the cars are so sloppy. It's mental. It's like there's something severely messed up with the physics in this. It compared to AC or AMS1 or RBR, you know. Compared to Gran Turismo, it actually has it. To me, this is having a real sort of a similar drive to Gran Turismo in many ways, like a sort of dull, muted, delayed kind of driving character, like sloppy, dull, muted. You have to drive preemptively. It's forgiving. It's inconsistent if you try to drive it on the limit actively. It becomes very consistent if you like plough it into the understeer. Why is this so slidey? Why is the rear so loose? What is going on with this car? Oh! I've got to go faster than that. Try again. Try this without sliding around so much, we good. Ah! Good night. Thanks for joining us. Hope you have a good night. Howdy. Whoa, there we go. That was close. I don't think the patch optimized it much. I need a cup of tea. I'm absolutely dying for a cup of tea. Oh, definitely tea time. Do any of you guys get? I get super stressed when I need a cup of tea. It's not caffeine. Oh. There we go. No, but there isn't much caffeine. I mean, there is more caffeine in tea, but there's not that much in when you make a cup of tea. Oh! Oh, I'll be back. I'm going to make a cup of tea, guys. I'll be back in a minute. Appreciate all the people watching though. Thanks for clicking the like button, everyone that has. Oh. I'll be back in a minute. Matt Malone! He will raid an empty seat. He is crazy. Matt Malone in the house. Woo! Welcome along, Maloners. How's it going, man? We just got a cup of tea.
The pace car is out of control.
We're complaining about EVO today. Welcome along, guys. It's cereal and tea time. How's everyone doing? Yeah, Matt Malone's there. He's like, oh, show me your chair, love. have a good night, Matt. I guess you're probably doing stuff. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. I'm starving. Right, welcome along, guys. If you don't know us, this is a terrible place. Just complain about stuff non-stop. We've been playing through EVO single player. It's been delightful. What else? We're drinking tea. Why should you stay here? That's the question you should ask yourself. You've probably already gone. Why would you stay here? I don't know, actually. I don't know the answer to that question. Oh, dear. Matt Malone is like... I imagine most of his audience is American. They're all... The thing is, I guess if you've come from America here, you're probably looking for some excitement because nothing's happening in America right now. There's nothing at all happening in America, so you're probably like, oh boy, I'm so bored of how boring life is. I think I'll watch a live stream for some excitement. Everything's going totally fine. It's all under control. I think UK and America alternate between trying to destroy themselves. It's like a hobby. It's like a competition. UK was like, I say, chaps, what-o? It looks like we've only barely survived an economic disaster. What shall we do? I know, let's leave the biggest trading block that's available to us in close proximity. And whilst we're at it, let's just tear up all the paperwork for no reason at all. Rather good show. What-o? Tiddly-pop? Okay. Wow. And America was like, well, gee whiz, that seems like you guys have a bit of a problem over there. We're being rather sensible right now. I think if you're gonna be stupid, I think we might need to try and do some stupid. How dare you? First of all, we're gonna light some fireworks. Yeah! Well, UK didn't threaten to invade the EU though. We threatened to send them our tea. Is that my southern US accent? I don't know. Just imagine I'm like an experimental AI. Hello, VBTV. Seems like an opportune moment to get more rum. Maybe we should bring back pirates. What should we, what... If you were a pirate, what would you be, like, stealing? I think, like, oil boats would probably be the best thing. But then they're hard to move around. Yeah, Nvidia's shipment boat. Oh, you should have, like... This would be a well-good film. Aeroplane pirates. So, imagine it's the future and people are flying around all over the place. And you have aeroplanes that are flying all the time. They're like nuclear power or something. But instead of it being like boat pirates, they're plane pirates. And what they do is they fly up to like the shipping aircraft. And then they have to jump across into it to then steal the stuff. That would be a good video game. You have to fly your plane next to the other big giant plane and then you have to get into it and then you steal the stuff. Plane pirates. Wow. I haven't seen Fast and Furious though. Do you think America, who in chat, thinks that there could be a civil war in America within the next 3 years? Like, I actually think it's a possibility. I hope there isn't. But I genuinely think it could happen. At which point, British will come back and will claim what's rightfully ours. We will take advantage of your infighting. Ha ha! It was us all along. You foolish Americans. You thought the tea in the harbour was the last word. We waited. Right. We've got our tea here. I'm always having a tea party. I am the tea party. Right, let's get this lap time here. 2:01. Ah, my seat. In my Hoover car. This is very British looking. Not very grippy. Okay, his track's a little bit waterlogged. Oh! Hello! Hello! Oh, what is it doing? Okay. Okay, a little bit of a problem there. Don't think it was not meant to be a drift challenge. That is British Drift Championship driving. That's how we do it. We only know how to drift in the wet. Oh, we might have done it. Oh no, the start finish line is miles away. Oh dear, we are 2 seconds off. You can drive over the curbs in the original Assetto with this type of car. People overstate the curbing issue in the original AC. If you're not on the throttle, it's not really that much of a problem. Here we go. I'm a pro DJ, yeah. We did not stick to the track. $2:01. Should be a bit faster. no! No! Ah, 9 thousandths. 9 thousandths off doing it. The mosquito fart. It's because I didn't sip my tea enough, guys. Absolutely scammed. Trickery. Scandalous. Absolutely scandalous. Right. We'll try that again. I could take it. I'm a grown man. No, PQZ. I played MS2 with lots of different wheelbases. I'm very familiar with different driving simulators physics. It's not to do with my settings on my wheel. So, no. Hello, Frosty Bird. How you doing? Hope you're well. Oh no! Stomach. Did you have the operation? Oh, it won't slow down! Ah, oh, nice one. Congratulations. Oh, bloody hell.
The pace car is out of control.
Schwartruga, thanks for following. Welcome. Oh dear. We're all right. I was a little bit unwell recently, but we're not too bad now. I'm even better if we can do this.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Chin something or other. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate it. Sorry if I'm not chatting. I'm having to concentrate. Yes. There we go. Hopefully it's saved. I'll have to go back to the main menu. It's weird that you can just outright drive on the curb with this car in the wet, no issue at all. Oh well. We got the laptop, that's all that matters. We get the license. Slip angles. Give us all that slip angle. Master Laguna Seca. Here we go. Let's go. Well, we were on the throttle though. We were in the wet on the throttle, fully on the. I mean, I'm not saying you can get weird grip and weird slippiness. Oh, that noodle. Yeah, maybe, but I'm not convinced by the physics in this, to be honest. The more I play it, the more I think the physics are pretty mediocre. We've got to get a 1:30. Here we go. Oh, jump the start. Let's go. Nice track this. What in there? Oh no, we've got to be way faster. You're giving up. You just have to keep going to the gameplay menu and keep reconnecting, disconnecting, reconnect. Night night, Philip. Thanks for all your support this evening. Appreciate it. We're doing this. This is a harder challenge. They're both the same face, Erwin. Just slap the sausage there. It's alright. Oh no! Ah! That was better. Bloody hell, guys! Bloody hell, this is it. I can't. There's no bloody brake bias setting in this mode, so we're forced to drive this understeer wagon. We're doing it on this one, guys. Come on. Hang on, you could just keep turning the wheel and it's got mega front end grip. What? The physics are totally bollocks. You just keep turning the wheel. I mean, we drove that horrendously. You just keep turning the wheel and it keeps turning in. What on earth? It's like, I don't know what's going on. No, I turned the TC up because the rear end on his car steps out. Just smash the sausage. Oh. Tortellini, the physics in this are terrible. I don't know. This is ridiculous. I think you can. Yeah, I think you can bro steer a bit. Yeah. I was just. It's just ridiculous. The way this drives is awful. Horse head in bed. Ah, there we go. No, the physics are awful. The force feedback's awful. The car has like this really... It's so like gloopy and sloppy and ill-defined. Everything in this. It's like it's like ACC. It's just messed up. It's super messed up. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, it's just gloopy. Everything in this feels like it's like an 80s road car. but then it does have like this mega understeer grip that you need to sort of plow through. No, it's not. It doesn't. It's just. No, it's just not good enough. the force, it's just shit. It's better than Gran Turismo. I'm just like on like a hardcore sim racer perspective. Like if you're going to compare this to AMS1, AC, Richard Burns Rally, AC1. You know, it's just so dislocated and sloppy and imprecise and like delayed in the force feedback, and yeah, it's just really messed up. I mean, LMU has force feedback issues as well, but I mean, LMU's a whole nother thing. I think what it is these more complicated time models. They're just too hard for developers to get to behave in a natural way. Tortellini, time him out. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. The car moves around in a totally unproductive way initially that you can just do nothing with. So, yeah, because you guys don't know what you're talking about. It's fine, right? Muting Tortellini. Tortellini can have a 10-minute timeout, and Ascended, you can have a 10-minute timeout. 10-minute timeout. There you go. That's what you get for Look, until you guys have got 5k I rated in a month and completed the original Assetto Corsa, and own 10 direct drive wheels and everything else, I'm sorry. Yeah, ironically, it's both easier and harder to drive than AC1 because it's got super mega, like, really, like, boring grip, like, really, like, dull, predictable grip if you're under driving. But as soon as you try to, like, be on the limit, it has this, like, sudden turn off grip like ACC, which is completely messed up, and it doesn't have the poise to the vehicles. The force feedback then doesn't actually have, like, the force feedback is all like over the top suspension compression and really over the top self-aligning. It's like utterly useless force feedback that's also delayed. Like it's not, it doesn't come in soon enough for you to actually use the force feedback to drive from. So it's just, I don't know, like, unless you like yeah. Oh no, Tortellini's cheated the system. It's funny, right? If you contrast how this drives with like the last garage as well, and how it's like totally different, completely different handling. So I guess, and like last garage is a lot more like RBR, AC1, AMS1. So I guess all their driver feedback and all they've done is all completely wrong. The car's like really reluctant to turn in on the brakes as well. It's like the car, somehow they're even stiffer than the cars in AC1. But who knows what the car setups are in this mode. No, Tortellini, the physics are shit. I'm sorry. Like, not on a general gaming perspective, but like, if this was how Forza drove, everyone would be ripping the shit out of it. They'd be like, what are they thinking? But because it says AC EVO on the box, people are like conditioned to be like, oh, well, it's Kunos. Nobody, like, people do not critically approach stuff from like a fresh perspective. Tortellini, you think ACC's fine? You don't, you have no opinion? Right, we could do faster than that. Also, my steering's going to be terrible in this game because I drive off feel, and the force feedback in this is f***ing awful. So it makes your steering less precise because the force feedback's going. Thanks, Scotty P. You actually, it's easier to drive this with no force feedback. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal SC. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I wonder if you steer. Well, maybe someone's steering too much because there's no front end feel in the car for you to know how much to steer. You're. I'm not arguing with you, Tortellini. Like, what I'm saying is very basic stuff. If you can drive ACC, you're someone that drives from visuals, so, and from rote memorization. I don't know any real drivers actually, apart from like the specific people you know from the esports scene that play ACC. I don't know anybody that owns like a race car that doesn't think ACC's complete shit to drive. So, I think I'll go with all the people I know that own and run race cars that aren't that aren't just esporters doing ACC. I haven't played Live for Speed recently. It was quite good last time I played it. Oh, we're closer. Ten noodle men. Well, I mean, iRacing's messed up in its own way. I mean, this is just so shit, it's unbelievable. Tortellini, I don't want any tips from you. I don't care. Like this I don't care. You haven't even completed the original AC. You haven't even completed AC1 and you've not done 5k iRating in a month, so I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, if a sim's not like, if it doesn't have the feel, it's just pointless. Like, what's the point? I mean, you might as well play with a gamepad. You're like doing beta testing with them, Tortellini. You will be saying to them, "Oh, you know, it's all right, whatever." It's like you're part of the problem. You're part of the yes man group. That's allowed this shit to be acceptable. It's fine though. I mean, commercially, you should ask. Commercially, this will do great, but it's just sad for sim racing, really. What it means for sim racing is really sad.
The pace car is out of control.
You're whining like a bunch of wankers. Yeah, because if the physics are this and the force feedback's this far off, even in early access, and you have 5 years of ACC, which has similar aspects to this, you're basically screwed.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, typically sims do not like massively change the force feedback and physics, like completely change entirely. That's something that just doesn't normally change because it's a very hard thing to do in the first place. Oh, we're closer. It's not going to change that much. Like, you have to be incredibly naive to think that they, like, why you wouldn't even release the game in the first place, even slightly. You have to be super naive to think this is going to change a lot. I'm sure they'll do work to it. I'm sure they'll tweak it and improve it and do whatever, but yeah, it's so much copium. It's so naive. Like, it's like playing Battlefield 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever we're on and going, oh, the early access or the beta, I'm sure they'll fix this stuff. It's like, no, they never did. And the next game that came out, they never did. And the next game they did, they never did. Like, if a game, basically, like The Last Garage is a good example of this. That already basically feels totally fine and natural to drive, no delay, super responsive immediately, right? First time I played AC1, it immediately was responsive. I didn't even know how to sim race when I played that. I was like even worse than I am now by a long shot. Like I've got like 10,000 hours of sim racing. So even AC1 though, from a noob's perspective, it was like, oh, immediately this makes sense. Netcar Pro as well. Richard Burns Rally. It was impossible, like such a hard game to play. So hard to play, Richard Burns Rally. But immediately it was like, oh, I know exactly what I need to do. I could tell that the cars were a little bit prone to mid-corner understeer. And that was when I was shit at sim racing. Like, I'm still shit, but I was like mega shit, and I was playing on a G25. So it's really utterly absurd when people are like, oh yeah, well you're just driving slightly wrong in EVO, or you're doing this. It's like, so I'm sorry guys. It's like if you get on a mountain bike like a random mountain bike that's from some shit brand. How long do you have to pedal it down the road to be like, oh yeah, I can tell this is a shit bike versus one that has potential? Have I ever thought something was correct for a long time and then proved wrong? Probably. Like, as soon as if there's any information or something that's changed, then I'll change my. Then I'll be like, well, obviously that information has changed stuff. Like, I don't care if I'm wrong. Like, it don't make any difference. Yeah, it don't really make any difference. Just match it. Yeah, match it without the hassle. Exactly. That's 100% what people would like. We did. I did Erwin. We did a video on it, which I did the MX-5 in Evo, and then AC, and then iRacing. And it's like, sure, what you could say about AC1, obviously on the throttle on certain radius of curbs, the cars go mental, so it's obviously a problem. And some aspects of suspension are weird in AC1. And what you can say is that sure, AC1 is a little bit simplistic in behaviour in certain ways, like the way the car sort of gains and loses grip is overly simplistic. Like, the variability of the track is overly simplistic. So, and that's the same with like AMS1. It's like it lacks being particularly dynamic in behaviour, especially when you're talking about like warming the tyres up if you've overdriven through one corner to the next corner, or if you go into a corner a bit too hot and what have you. Like, it's overly consistent. Whereas you really notice with like R Factor 2, LMU, a whole bunch of stuff, probably this as well, if you warm the tyres up and ACC actually, if you overdriving things, what did you mean, Tortellini? The point would be, if you have more complex tyres that are more dynamic, you need to be able to feel that. Otherwise, it's even worse. I don't know what argument you're making. Yeah, I don't disagree that a more complex tyre model, especially if you've got multiple contact points and tyre flex, is obviously going to make the force feedback more muted. Isn't that's a problem, isn't it? That a developer needs to use the brains and go, oh, hang on, the driver, we've got more complexity here, we've got a more dynamic track, the driver needs to be able to feel this even more to make up for the fact. Like, the fact you defending that is stupid. It's like going, we can't feel anything, so now, like iRacing, the tyres do not work at the limit like real tyres. They get stuck over the limit, they're totally messed up, right? Let's put rain in the simulator and make the track more dynamic. It's like, but you haven't got the tyres working in the most basic of situations. So how does that make sense? Like, how is that going to translate to driving naturally? So, you know, I'm sorry, but I could again. So yeah, if you make tyres more realistic, I totally agree. It probably does make the force feedback more muted. Might make the force feedback more realistic. Again, we've done a video explaining exactly why that is less realistic when you're driving a car with no G-forces. So. Martu, thank you very much.
3, 2, 1,
What
go.
what sims do I think have the most realistic
What
physics?
sims do you think have the most realistic physics than FFB based on your racing career?
Yeah, my
Besides the
racing
hot lap
career.
Simulator RC1.
Yeah, my 5 minutes in real cars. There's as I said, Richard Burns Rally, AC1, Automobilista 1, some like specific content in R Factor 2. That's it by far. Like, and that's not just what I think from me noodling around with sims. I talk to people that work in sim racing, that build simulators for professional training, or build work on like under like the tech for simulators for teams and whatever, right? They will all say the same thing. They'll be like, yeah, AC1's a bit simplistic, but captures the essence of driving, tells you what the car's doing. It's really great for training. It's got all the tracks. You can also mod cars simply and tweak them to get them to be better. R Factor 2 has a much more advanced tyre model. You do have some like properties in it that you're just not going to be able to get out of AC1. It's harder to work with. It's hard to get specific stuff out of it. But when you do like dial it in, you can get really good results out of it. But it's very time consuming and it's not as easy to work with as AMS1 or AC. That is what professional people that are building stuff for businesses that are paying millions of pounds will tell you. Pretty much. Like, I'm not. This is not just like my view. Who cares what I think? I'm an idiot that just enjoys playing driving sims and goes, "Oh, this I can feel what the car's doing and it's kind of natural." So R Factor Pro is basically R Factor 1. The people build their own physics engines into it, or they replace components. So R Factor Pro, you just have to think of as like a game engine. It's a graphics engine. It's a framework. It's a licensing option. So people are just very confused over what R Factor Pro is. There's loads of different versions of R Factor Pro, basically. So I think EVO is going to sell fantastic. So as a game for people to play through that are not very experienced in sim racing and don't care about force feedback detail, they will really love EVO. They'll enjoy going through it. They'll enjoy like whatever's in it. They'll lap up all the marketing and they will be like, oh, this feels really realistic. Most of them will be driving even worse than me by a long shot. And it's fine. And EVO will make loads of money, but the problem is, it is a step backwards culturally for sim racing. Like, and that wouldn't matter if it was Microsoft EVO or God knows what, Forza
like ACC,
EVO.
but I do like
it wouldn't matter. What's sad is that Kunos,
probably one of the
not with ACC, but with AC,
or not the best simulation to practice.
Absolutely created one of the greatest works of simulator art. Like, you basically, Richard Burns Rally and AC1 are just on such another level as works of art. And also with AC1 you have to consider how open it is, how well it runs, all the mods and everything that's available to it. It's basically free. The detailed foot, like all the stuff with it. So it's very hard. It's like you. Again, this is like the Matrix thing we say. It's a bit weird when you have Matrix 1, which is an absolutely fantastic film, really nicely directed, really cohesive plot, really good CGI and effects and martial arts, and it all goes and flows and makes sense, and it's got, you know, great. And then you watch Matrix 2 and 3, and you're like, oh, shit. Like, fine, you can watch them. They'll make money, but you're just like, well... No, Tortellini, I don't know what you're saying. Something could be more complex and still worse. Something's bad because it's different. No, it's bad because it's less detailed. The cars are sloppy. It's less precise. It's less realistic. I don't... I would wager. I mean, if I had enough money, I would go out. I would just go out and drive like a Porsche Cup in real life, and we could directly compare it. Or set cameras up and I'd be like, "Well, look, here we go. Let me drive it." Unfortunately, I'm not rich enough to be able to do that. AMS2 is another good example. AMS2 has way more complex tyres than AMS1 and AC1. Way more complex, and has a lot of the exhibits. Some of the more complex behaviours of tyres warming up through corners, the tyre wear and stuff. So AMS2 is more complicated, but that doesn't by default mean it's more realistic or actually better for the task of driving. How do I know it's more complex? I mean, the nature of the tyre model is a more complex tyre model in the sense that the tyre model's not like what's it called? I always get the terms mixed up. You know, if you do like a Pajenka-based tyre model that's a somewhat simplified slip curve, I mean, both of them are still complex, but in the sense of how you'd describe tyre models, one way of doing it, like a finite element, or you know. So I guess you could say it's got more variables. That's probably a way of defining how complex it is. So yeah, we have played AMS1. Do any of you know how to make G29 work with R Factor 2? No, it doesn't. G29 doesn't work very well with R Factor 2, unfortunately, just because of the way the force feedback is in that game. Like, oh, it's okay, but it's not the best. I mean, the best you can do is just turn all the filters down on it. Well, yeah, Mikhail Hole, it's just complicated though, isn't it? Because, so the reality is, there's a lot of data for specific stuff with tyres. You can get like the data for tyres, but the problem is that data is massively flawed in many ways, or missing certain parts of crucial information. But there's a lot of data for describing like the general envelope of a tyre in certain specific situations. But the problem is, that doesn't necessarily translate to you put that data into your complex tyre model or your simple tyre model. So they have to keep going forwards and backwards between getting the tyre data. And the tyre data isn't all perfect as well. There's like, there will be like random outliers in the data that comes from the tyre data. And those outliers might be entirely relevant to a specific property of the tyre, or they could just be noise. there's like, it's so ridiculously complicated. So the advantage, generally speaking, this is a massively oversimplified view of it, but the advantage, generally speaking, is if you have a more simple tyre model, you can change the data for that tyre model, see how it works, see what happens, and then keep tweaking it. Like, you can go backwards and forwards faster. When you have a more complex tyre model, like let's say you have a fully like simulated tyre in this, the whole thing's like broken up into like I don't know how they even do it. It's like it's mental, but like if you've got a full like virtually generated tyre, you might like change one thing and like say the way that the sidewall flexes or something, and okay, that might give one behavior, but then it might affect another part of the tire, and you're like, oh, actually, why is that doing that? Or you know, or you change like how the tire heats up, and then that might then affect another part of the tire, and then it might not be as obvious as going, oh, the car has too much slip in this scenario. It's not necessarily a case of you going, oh, that's because we need to change this parameter of the tire. you might have to literally generate an entirely new tire, which then causes another random issue. So and it can take like in R-Factor 2's case, it can take a long time for them to generate. So the tires are processed on like with a fast computer. It can take like a day, or it can take a long time, and then that is then converted into a giant lookup table, so that you can use it in real time. So it doesn't the processing is not done in real time. It looks at the data that's already been preset for all the different inputs. It goes into a lookup table. So yeah, but even if, right, you have to think as well, even the Formula 1 teams with their, I mean they have budget caps now, but even when they had less budget caps, they've never been able to get their tyres right in their simulators to be able to turn up at a track and their practice session for their stuff to just line up and them know, and for them to preempt some kind of specific tyre degradation or a specific strategy. And that's Formula 1 teams with like the best people and the best equipment, and they are using, it's incredible what they've got. But the point is, even with them having the exact data, the best people, all focused on this specific thing, they miss glaring problems when they take the car to the real track. So obviously, it's not just a case of, oh, let's get the data and plug it into the system and it'll work. I mean, to be clear though, it is actually miraculous the degree to which things are simulated and how good it is. I'm not knocking it, but why do I think Max adapts to iRacing quickly? He'll adapt to anything quickly. Max Verstappen's really fast driver, so he could drive Mario Kart faster than most people. So any really good driver will adapt to any racing game quickly. Like it's not so, like, I mean, I know a few people that like really fast sim racers and also really fast wheel if they're quick in anything. This goes back, like, we'd play like some arcade game and they'd be whipping everyone, because like if you can like internalize physics quickly, you will be really fast. It doesn't matter if it's arcade or realistic or whatever, because they just process it differently. Mick Techno, who cares if it's 93 or 96% real? Just give me a good product. Well, that's the thing, Mick Techno. The point is that there just needs to be like a base threshold of a car responding to the wheel and the pedals like somewhat naturally, and having the force feedback that tells you what's going on. For me, that's the threshold. That's it. Like being able to drive on the brake, on the throttle, with the steering wheel, choose a bit between them. Basically, how AMS1 drives, how AC drives. That's great. Or how Richard Burns Rally drives. That's it. That's like 90% correct. Anything after that's a bonus. AC is better than... Yeah, this is better than GT7. GT7 is just a bit... GT7, you really have to drive into the understeer, and there's even less detail in its force feedback than this. It's like a spring. Well, I've not played the latest update, actually, but... It's not all subjective BS, so the reason why different people... Like, you can't... So that's a fallacy. It's... I can't remember the name of it, but if you can't just say everything's subjective. It's just a... Because it obviously isn't. So different people might like things and not like things. That's fine. That's subjective, but... there are quantitative differences between Gran Turismo and even AC Evo. Well, no, because I'm not saying what is correct. It's called I happen to be right on the basics of like the overview basics. I don't talk about in-depth suspension simulation or the effects of, or the car setup or how the tyres wear out and all the crazy stuff. All I'm asking for is the cars like drive vaguely naturally. Do you know what? I have never gone like I've never been in a real car and got in it and gone, oh, this doesn't make any sense at all. Like, I've never got in like a go-kart and been like, oh no, this makes no sense whatsoever. It's like, oh, I get exactly what I'm supposed to do. I've never gone like mountain biking or skiing or snowboarding or wakeboarding or anything I've done in real life. It's never been a case of going, oh, I don't understand what's going on at all. I need to go and read a whole bunch of books and some online guides just to understand the very basics. I'm not saying you don't have to adapt. The point is the very basic part of driving, the fundamental driving, is not mental. Yeah, to be fair, yeah, if you did own a French car, that is fair. That is true. I forgot that. Yeah, sorry. Look, I owned a snakeboard as a teenager, and even that made sense to me. How many of you... there you go, I'm adding that to the list. How many of you, if you're going to argue with me, how many of you have mastered snakeboarding, have completed AC1, and got 5k I rating in a month? How many? If you've done those things, I'll consider your argument. Right, I tell you what, guys. New donation goal here. Start another goal. If we get 5 super chats, I'll agree with everything Tortellini says. Agree with everything Torts says for a live stream. For the next live stream. And the rest of this live stream. And the rest of this one. There you go. I will compromise my values for money. I don't need to send them my feedback. I've already said all this stuff to Kunos, and no, they think I'm an idiot, so it's fine. How come many other YouTube sim racing others can drive and feel Evo? Are they laying? They have low. They don't know what they're talking about. That's why. They don't. They're biased to being positive because you make a lot more money not being critical. So either one, they don't know what they're talking about, which I doubt. Two, they're trying to just be as anodyne as possible because that will make you literally many £100,000+ a year. Or like, let's say you potentially, by being very overtly honest, minimum you're costing yourself between £10,000 to £30,000 a year. So that's a strong motivation. Just think, if you've got like an affiliate link for like a game that a lot of people are going to buy, how many more sales do you think you'll get from people buying through your link if they all think you're a really nice person and you're so positive about everything and you're having fun with the game even though it's not perfect and nothing's perfect? How many people do you think will buy the game through your link versus if you are a miserable tit? How many companies do you think give affiliate links to people that are generally not that critical versus are very critical? Like, just think about the logistics of it. How much more likely would you be to be invited to like press events and influencer events if you're like overtly positive about everything versus critical? Like Like, do you know what I mean? It's not a puzzle. It's not like a... I don't know why some people seem to not understand how it works, how the influencer game works. You know? What a layer. I'm the biggest layer. Yeah, it's don't complain, it's early access. Anyway, let's Tortellini needs to shut up, and we're gonna drive, and it's fine. 90% shit talking, 8% crashing, 2% driving. Yeah, exactly. No, I think they're going to make a fortune out of this. I think Kunos are going to make an absolute killing out of this just by having some gameplay, some road cars, car upgrades. Oh no! How long has he been banned for? Yeah, exactly. Corey Turner, exactly. Yeah, LMU got absolutely slated for its early access. Tortellini, stop backseat driving! Jesus Christ! What is wrong with this guy? He's not even completed AC. He's not even completed AC. These people that have not completed AC giving tips. That's the new line. Do you like it? Yeah. Do you know what the best way to be? It's really fun when you're playing a game to have someone in a chat constantly tell you what to do. That's actually you'd be surprised, that's actually the most fun way to play a video game. You might not have known it, but yeah. It's surprisingly fun. Your job as a streamer is to be entertaining and to massage people's confirmation bias. I mean, unless you... Well, my job is to just be myself, because that's what I want to do. But if you want to make the most amount of money out of streaming, be as manipulative as possible, or be as anodyne as possible, be like a... Just don't say anything that's gonna... that would potentially put people off. So don't say anything definitive. Don't say anything negative about something which people like or is like a consensus thing. If you do say something negative, only say something negative. First of all, make sure you like really clearly say, oh, in my opinion, I'm really my subjective view, to like basically self-neg. And then ideally pick something that most people would agree is a negatives and it's not an important thing. So that if you want to make as much money as possible, that it's pretty obvious what to do. Oh, yeah, we nailed that start. you wouldn't be as big as that. I'm not big. Like, I've had a YouTube channel for 10 years, and you get way more growth when you're really positive. Like, I purposefully started being more critical and saying stuff that I knew would piss people off, and just being more direct, because we were doing live streams, and I was being selectively positive for the vibe and everything, and people would donate like £200, £300, £1,000, and I felt like a complete dick. Like, that's just, and that's how you can manipulate people. So, you know, you'll get way more. You get way more following. You'll get way more sponsorships. Companies want to be associated with someone that's positive more, because it makes more money. So, I would rather. I would rather not be like that, because I feel like it's for me. I feel it's manipulative. It might not be for other people. Other people should do what they want to do, and if they're happy with that and that's what they want to do, then that's up to them. That's it. Like, I'm really pro free will for people. So even if someone's like, I draw the line at when someone's really hurting other people in a very obvious way, but if someone's not particularly hurting other people, it's their choice, really. It's what they're comfortable with. So you just do it for the money. You're a nice channel, thank you. I like Kirith as a person. Is nice. I've spent quite a bit of time hanging out with him. I think what it is he tends to put out a lot of content that's kind of a bit. He does like a sort of open approach of it, and then his titles are kind of just based off what's going to get viewership and stuff. So I think that's why it rubs people the wrong way. Yeah, like, if you actually chat with him, like, he's quite an inquisitive person. He's fun to talk to. He's fun to hang around with. So I think it's mostly just like the titles, which are just clickbait titles. But he's like, him and his partner are really nice people. So this is the other thing with like content online. It can get distorted, what you see with people, what you see with the content, and then different people get annoyed by different things. So that's a whole nother thing. You should make a positive video. Well, if something's good, I am positive about it. I'm just directly what I'm saying what things are based off my experience. So. Cooking shorts. No, he's actually just going to cook shorts. Totally. I don't like James, but the content's good. That's what I'm going for. I'm actually AI. Oh, you have to brake sooner. It doesn't stick. Fuck, the force feedback in this game is so bad. We're completing this. We're doing it if it kills me. Exactly, but you haven't memorized your exact what you can and can't do exactly. I mean, how nice is AC1 in that you can just drive it straight away and feel exactly that it's going to grip or not, and then just like a real car. We'll have to play some AC, I think, after this. Some AC. We need some AC therapy. Would I be a consultant? No. So the problem is, if you do consulting for some games companies, they make you sign quite aggressive contracts, and also because I do YouTube content, I like to review stuff, and I do like games design stuff. I don't want to get locked into contracts. There's a possibility that we could end up making our own simulator, but I really don't want to do it. You've got like 3 separate people that are like, oh, we should do it, let's do it, and I'm like, no. So I know game development is terrible. I've done it in the past, so. No, I am serious, but I really don't want to do it. No, it's terrible. Well, no. So the reality of games development is it's not. The problem is, it's like if you do anything creative, you can know exactly what the right thing to do is. Like Kunos know what they probably want to do, like all games companies do. The problem is like time limitations and budget limitations. You know, that's the issue. Oh my fucking god, this car is so shit in this. I think part of it is the default brake settings on this are really far forwards for these challenges. Drive properly. I can't because this car's like, you can't change the brake bias on it. Oh fucking out the like no force feedback at all. So you have to drive by the visuals, but obviously you're too. We're doing it. We're doing it. I mean, it's not as bad as the iRacing Porsche Cup car, so give it that. Mind you, I don't think anything's as bad as the iRacing Porsche Cup car. Actually, I might just turn the force feedback off because I think it's better with it off. If you drive the 2017 Porsche Cup car in AC1, it's absolutely incredible. We're still 2 seconds off. Ah, I forgot about that. Do you know what it is? Some of them have barriers on and some don't. Some of them have barriers and some don't. I think the full lap ones have a barrier, but the short ones don't. All right, Matt. Thanks for watching. We're doing this. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. It's happening. We're getting closer. Oops, chat's broken. It's your nightmare that AC1 gets updated with shitty force feedback. Can you imagine? I forgot. 12. Almost drove into the railing again. That MKK is game changing. We do a lap with the force feedback off. That'd be funny, actually. Let's see. The thing is, it's still you do get good self-aligning on braking with the force feedback in this for like catching the rear. That's the one thing it does quite well. Yeah, watch the video we did why realistic force feedback's unrealistic. I turned the force feedback off. Well, we're driving better with the force feedback off, by far. I mean, okay, we basically did exactly the same lap time, whilst also hitting, like, I think the force feedback genuinely just puts you off in this, because it gives you the wrong information. It's just like random slop. Like, you're better off driving from the visuals and ignoring what the force feedback tells you. It's easier to drive smooth. we're getting faster. It's easier to drive with the force feedback off because you're not getting you're not just getting all this ridiculous like slop feel. Ah. Yeah, you can drive any sim without force feedback, pretty much. But the point is, force feedback should make it easier to drive, not harder. Like force feedback should tell you what the car's doing, so you can preempt the input. It should be more intuitive. I mean, I've driven AC with force feedback off. You can drive any sim with no force feedback. But the point is, force feedback, it should make it more intuitive and easier to drive. It should explain exactly where the tyres are at, you know. Like in a real car, you can drive remote control cars with no force feedback, right? But in a real car, you can feel the rotational forces on your body to know exactly, to preempt the back coming out, or what the tyres are doing, or how hard to push the brake, right? That's driving. Yeah, it should be useful information, not largely useless information. Yeah, but I don't know how fast you are, Philetus. Well, you could say that. I don't know what I don't even know where you're coming from. I don't know what wheel you're using. So, great. Feels good for you. I'm telling you, as someone that has 25 years of sim racing experience, exactly what's missing. So, a lot of people like Gran Turismo, you know. Whoa! We're getting better. We had this with ACC. It's not open to debate. It's just pointless. We're losing a lot of time on this corner. Ah, we locked up. Yeah. I don't keep doing exactly the same lap time. I know the two corners, we could be like a second faster. Is it my driving style? I mean, this car is quite understeered because the brake bias is quite far forwards and we can't change it. I mean, this is a Porsche Cup car. It's not exactly renowned for... They're not renowned for being the most bitey cars in the world. You kind of have to drive them a bit with the lift off. Oversteer. Oh. Like, Porsche Cup cars are known for being a bit bricky. They're weird. I really like it as a car in other sims. It's actually quite a good car for exposing bad physics. That's why it's so bad in iRacing. I don't know, Tortini. Maybe if a simulator had force feedback for productive turning, and maybe then, as someone that drives from field, we wouldn't turn too much. Funny how that works. It's like so dumb. Like I'm gonna ban you because you just ignore. Like, it's so dumb. Right, Tortini's getting banned. Here we go. Ban. Time out. You can have 30 minutes. There you go. Right. If you're someone that drives from field, if you don't have the feel, it's like driving a remote control car. so like it then just turns into rote memorization, and so then it's a case of, oh well, drive a bit too deep, oh drive a bit less deep, brake a bit earlier. Great, that's not how I drive. I drive by feeling what the car's doing. That's why the force feedback matters to me, because that is what I'm driving from. It's not a hard concept to understand. That's why I struggle with iRacing, because it's force feedback. It doesn't have any force feedback for braking. There's a whole bunch of stuff with it. So, but it's also why I can do. Whenever I've done like real world activities, I was like when I went skiing as like a 12-year-old. I know, really lucky. Everybody else was doing the training and practicing skiing. They within like for a whole day. It took me like 30 minutes, and I was like, okay, I get this now, and I'm skiing like all the slopes, like Black Peace, whatever. It didn't matter immediately, because it's like, oh, I can feel what's going on, so it makes sense. Like, I'd say like skateboarding and stuff, not snakeboarding or rollerblading or like any real world activity, I'd be like really quick to get it, because I'm like, oh, I can feel what's going on, I get it. I wouldn't get to a very high level, but I'd be like, immediately get it. Whereas a lot of people are like doing this like rote process of memorising what they can and can't do. I'm not fast in anything, but I'm alright. The point is you know what you're doing. Well, I'm reasonably fast in AC, like, you know, I'm alright. So the thing, like, the absolute pace on a track is more down to like you get to a point, it's more like raw racing line, break point, like fast enough to 100% it. Yeah, you know, like fast enough to generally to be okay. Like, I'm not that good. I'm between 0.7 and 1.5 seconds off like decent drivers, but I have to practice a lot to be at that level. Yeah, you can learn how to play like some instruments or some piece of music or do certain things. You can just memorize what you know, like you practice and you memorize what to do. You're not adapting to what's happening. Whereas the muscle memory, wrong information. Well, so what you do is you keep chipping away at doing the wrong thing, and then you go, right, eventually doing the right thing clicks. But for me, that's also this is the other thing with like getting feedback is really dumb. For me, it's a subconscious process. I just have to do stuff a lot and keep optimizing it, and then at a certain point my brain just gets it. But other people don't understand that. Like I think a lot of people, maybe if you don't have learning difficulties or something, they don't get it. Like, I will be slow as shit for ages, and then something clicks in my brain, and I'm like, that's it, I've got it. But that point of where it clicks is like random, and it just happens, and then my body just does the right thing. It's not a conscious process. Telemetry helps you understand where you can gain time. Once you've like hit a wall of your performance and you're no longer improving, So yeah, once you hit a wall, then it's really good to look at telemetry, and telemetry you can immediately isolate big issues like a gap between being on the throttle and the brake, or like the actual brake trail that someone's doing, or the throttle application. They're just a pure racing line through a corner, where their actual brake point is. You know, and that at a basic level for 99.9% of sim racers, understanding that would gain them quite a lot of time, because they'll be like, this is me as well. I'll be doing something massively wrong, you know. For like professional drivers and really high level stuff, it then turns into a thing of trying to work out specific car setup tweaks, along with then trying to approach corners in slightly different ways to work out what the average best car setup is for the entire track. And they would look at telemetry to see how they can approach things slightly different. But like at that high level, drivers can already drive. Then they're not generally, they won't be making like really big stupid, you know, they'll be braking in a very precise way already. They won't be overlapping the pedals, you know. They won't be doing really obviously stupid stuff. I mean, with endurance racing, another aspect of it will be like you know, car setup, saving the tyres, saving fuel load, working out the strategy. So that'll be a whole nother aspect of it. So night, thanks for watching. Alright, we're getting through this. Has the Donors for Positivity scam been going? Yeah, no, we didn't get enough. we did the positivity for an hour. It was an hour of happiness for people. No, Tortellini's trolling. He knows what he's doing. We ban him all the time. Our hobby is banning Tortellini. We ban him from real world events as well. He's the most banned user on this channel. You don't really need a force feedback meter. Like, if you're experienced with Sims, you know when force feedback's clipping, it feels a certain way. Yeah, we'll just set it to like 70 or 80 and it won't clip. we've hit a wall of pace. We just need to carry more speed through the first corner. That left-hander as well. Do you remember in the AC one where we were doing the same thing for hours? This is like this challenge is a lot harder than the other ones we've done so far. All the other missions we've done in this have been really easy. No, I don't need to use AI trainers and stuff. I say, for me, I just have to do lots of laps and then it clicks. That's it. Like I know what I should be doing, but it's like a subconscious process, and eventually my brain just does the right thing. I'm old enough to know that that's how it works for me. So those sort of things don't really help. I would use them if I got to a wall and I was not improving. The difficulty I'm having with this is that the meta for this, or what it wants you to do, is actually drive a lot hotter into the corner than I intuitively want to, and then the front's like gripping.
Okay, let's go.
Even when it feels like you would actually probably understeer off. So I'm constantly not carrying enough speed through the corners. When there's loads more grip on the fronts. Driving a broken game that's handling is super duper funky.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
We did it! That was close. There we go. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in the force feedback to tell you what to do to drive better. Whereas let's drive the original Porsche car. Let's drive the AC one. It's a different car. Thanks, guys. Let me just. I've only got one more to do. Right, I just want to really sort of compare the difference. It's a different car, the AC1 Porsche Cup car, but similar-ish sort of thing going on with it.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Oh, do we have Suzuka in here? Oh, okay. It's probably a terrible version, but we'll give it a go. Oops, the monitor's at a different resolution. This is not good. No. We're running the monitor at the wrong res. Oh dear. Right, here we go. Right, immediately. You can feel the grip fall off of the fronts very clearly. To know how much you can turn in, like, It's actually still quite subtle in AC. It's more progressively slidey. Like you can tell the tyres on this are not as bitey. In a sense, less grippy as well. Whoa! That's the AC. That's the AC suspension. Yeah, see, like you can really feel that where I'm going into understeer there. Oh, thank you, Phantom Racer.
40 months in and we will still talking FFB Gamer 5H Gamer 5H.
I like a basketball pitch over there. Also, the force feedback's just hooked up with the car a lot better. Like but weirdly, so the EVO Porsche has more lift-off oversteer with its setup, and it has more front bite once you're into the corner. So in a sense, it's like the EVO's tyres in some ways are more grippy. This car responds better to the counter steer. Well, the slides are like, weirdly, the slides with EVO were more drawn out. This has like tighter behaviour. It's more snappy and responsive. When it does like a little snap out. EVO doesn't seem to even have that as a physics behaviour. EVO just seems to like flop and only really have the drawn out slides. I mean, I think it is mostly just that the force feedback's completely bollocks in EVO. Like, I mean, the handling is debatable, whatever. Like, I don't really care about the handling. It's that you can't feel where the car's at properly, and then it's giving you wrong information. It's giving you useless, quite strong, but totally useless information. Which is a problem. That's what ACC's like as well. It's just like, what's the point of what the forces it's giving you? They're not helping you drive faster. The physics in EVO are better than AMS2. Like the general grip profile of the cars is much closer to, you know, what you'd expect. But the yeah, I mean, you don't have the cars wildly slopping all over the place in EVO compared to AMS2. So, I think it is mostly just a force feedback, to be honest. And that's causing issues because it makes the cars... Because if you're driving no force feedback, the cars actually seem a lot more stable and seem to make a lot more sense. When the force feedback is actively making it worse to drive, it's either muted and dampened, or it's very aggressively, like the suspension tugging on you and stuff. It's not sharp and concise. Well, I know what AC is like with no force feedbacks. We've done it. It's just. Well, the LMU doesn't have much detail in its force feedback in general either. Like, they know it's something they're working on. Like they know, the developer knows it's because when they removed the sort of slip slide thing, or improved that behavior in LMU, it got rid of a lot of the force feedback detail. Well, I think Kunos should just expose the force feedback to players to be able to do what they want with it. Yeah, well, that's ABS engaging is just a vibration, so. Yeah, Project Cars 2 has a sticky curb thing. Oh, we've got one more to do, guys. One more to go. Mount Panorama, and then we've got all our licenses. I know, JC. Let's put the vibrations on. I don't think this. I think this is for a game controller. These vibrations. The thing is, as well, EVO is another one of those sims, like Race Room's a bit like this. You have to, like, and R Factor 2 is a bit like this. You have to crank the force feedback up ridiculously high to get whatever dynamic range that's there out of it. So you have to, like, you really have to crank the force feedback up to the point where you're having a bloody workout. It's one of the nice things about iRacing. I give it a lot of stick. But from a being lazy perspective, the same as AMS1, iRacing, AMS2, Richard Burns Rally, you get the detail even when the force feedback's on low strengths. You don't have to have it like on this huge, like you're not pushing into a wall of damping. It's like just loose, and then you can feel. Because I'm not a big fan of Race Room's force feedback. I think it's not bad. It's quite good. It works quite well. But I think it's just I don't particularly enjoy it. I don't think it's terrible, though. Like, I think it functions quite well. But I think the problem with Race Room for me is that its physics are a little bit sort of drawn out and slow. But I quite like it. Like, it's well made. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just subjectively, it's not my favourite. Alright, Star Fox. Oh yeah, the AI, the online racing is really good in Race Room as well. It's got good content. The hot lap mode's really good. Right. Ow. Cramping my foot. Bloody hell. That'd have been the front of the car gone. Is this a GT2 car? What is it?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal Assetto. That's it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best submission to practice, like even F1, they're really good.
Oh, first time. I mean, this car seemed to have a little bit more detail in its force feedback. It was still a bit weird, but still super muted. But like maybe a bit better than ACC. I don't know why the time was easy, like because we drove into a wall there. We weren't particularly fast. Yeah, different time models do affect. Where we go, we've got all the licenses. Rampage. Different time models do affect. Force feedback. Obviously, the force feedback, like the tires, are what drive the steering, or what the forces from the tires are what's moving on the steering rack.
The
So,
pace car is out of control.
as I say with LMU, when they fixed or massively improved the slip slide sort of driving meta that R Factor 2 had, it unfortunately removed a lot of force feedback detail, and the developers know that. Can you feel the car passion? Well, we got the licenses, and I've got 208. No, 2,086,000. No, 800. Yeah, that's hard to read. Yeah, they've rigged it. What else have we got to do here then? Oh, let's get some music on here. I need another cup of tea. Well, we've got all the licenses. We're a fully qualified Racing 3 driver. Whatever that means, we now are. Oh, we've got special events now. Let's record this. Oh, come on. Oh dear. Now the women are excited. There we go. Mazda Imola GP, Mazda MX-5 hot stint. So do we get, is this stuff to actually complete though? Just 10 minutes. Leaderboard. Oh, is this just a hot lap? Well, this doesn't work, does it? You piece of... Nice lighting. What? I don't even know why it turned in so much initially. Oh dear. I mean, it's so nonsensical. I'm having to just learn how to drive this sim. This is a bloody MX-5. Can't you use DLSS in VR? Should be alright. I thought people saying DLSS 4 worked in VR with ACC. I quite like how this car sounds. People are complaining about the well, it's turned off. People are complaining about the sound in EVO. I think it sounds all right. Like when you're driving a car in real life as well, often the engine's not that loud. Like it seems in tune to me. That's the big thing. Like there's a lot of cars in Sims that the engines, they don't sound in tune. They're out of tune. It's like the pitch is going up and down. We're going faster and slower, but it's the wrong like note or something. Mighty frame gen won't be good for driving sims. I mean, I don't know, it's good for flight, yeah, probably not a good idea for driving sims. It's good for flight sims, but you're not really doing reactive stuff. The problem with frame gen as well is that you tend to get a lot of stutter with it. Which is a big problem. Or it's you know, it doesn't completely get rid of other issues. It seems to depend from game to game as well, so.
The pace car is out of control.
No, I need to. That's a good point. Let's try and do that now. Let's try and do that now. I've got DLSS swapper, so we can check, can't we, which version? I'm excited for the new Doom game, actually. Oh no, too much positivity. So DLSS swapper is the tool you need. Music's well good. Going all over the place. It's going all over the place. Yeah, how did I get around to Corsa's playlist? He has terrible taste in music. Right, so apparently we're on DLSS 310210. Is that DLSS 4? Is that the latest one? How do you know it's... Right. Can't complain. So I assume that's already using it. Okay, let's see. How to check. How to check which DLSS version a game is using. Why is my hand dried out? Hang on, that's where my watch was. What is going on? I hope my watch doesn't cook me. You find this information in the game settings menu. Graphics options. No. Okay. How do you know if you are using DLSS 4?
That's one good thing. Capital One.
There we go.
And wanted to go through the new NVIDIA app with the new DLSS 4 and new NVIDIA drivers and show you how to enable DLSS 4 in some of those games that aren't currently supporting it. First thing you want to make sure you do is get the latest drivers, 572.16, January 30th. And
is NVIDIA app the new NVIDIA control panel? No. What's the NVIDIA app called? NVIDIA app, right, open that. Right. go.
And get the latest NVIDIA app. And you're going to move over here on the left to graphics.
Graphics.
And you're going to hit these three dots and hit refresh.
Got the tunes here. Okay.
Fresh once you've installed the new app. And make sure any games that it hasn't found pop in there. And let's start off with Battlefield 2042. That's a game that usually doesn't support DLSS swapping of any kind.
It doesn't give me the options for the game.
And right here,
For EVO.
DLSS override model preset. You're going to click on that. You'll make sure you use same settings for all DLSS technologies. Check and hit latest and hit apply. That's it. That's how quick and easy it is. You can also do those separately by clicking down here. Use different
Yeah, no, I know.
for each DLSS technology.
We've already done that. Problem is, it doesn't. EVO doesn't have the options. No, we're already obviously on the thing. I mean, it should be DLSS swapper should force it. Should do the same thing basically. Yeah, DLSS override is only supported on a few games. You have to use NVIDIA Profile Inspector. What's NVIDIA Profile Inspector? NVIDIA Profile Inspector. There we go. I think we've already got this. So you have to use DLS Swapper and you have to use NVIDIA Profile Inspector. So we'll just get that and install it. There we go. Woo! Oh dear, so many bad instructions. Like all the instructions are people just saying use the NVIDIA app, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't work for every game. So, and why would someone make the same video when there's already like 50 instructions that are all wrong, all useless? Yeah, so I don't know if we can force it at the moment. Yeah, because what it is people produce YouTube videos to get clicks, and all they've done is Google another YouTube video and then repeat it. They don't actually understand it. This is what it's like when I was trying to work out how to set up, get the absolute best out of my computer monitor. It was like same with like V-Sync and G-Sync and frame. You know, the best way to get the best settings right. 90% of people on the internet just repeat like some arbitrary thing and they think it's working. It's the same with force feedback. Like people just repeat what they've read. They haven't actually tested it. They don't actually understand it, and then they make a video on it. It's so dumb. It's like you get it with loads of stuff. Anything that's slightly technical, you get that occurring. Yeah, but I can't in the Nvidia app. Dan, we've got the files because from DLS Swapper, but the Nvidia app doesn't. EVO doesn't come up in the Nvidia app. So, like, even when you add it, the options don't come up. So you can't use the Nvidia app. No. So I'm just going to fiddle with some of the settings in the game. Yeah, well, it doesn't on mine, so there's nothing I can do at the moment. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Fuck me. I'm just going to ban people. I've done IT. I know what I'm doing with this stuff. Obviously, I've clicked the dots and added the game. Obviously. Yeah, it's probably because it's a different... it might depend on the graphics card someone has, or some other thing, or the specific driver. Like, Jesus Christ. They invented walking. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, the chat tech support is almost always, 99% of the time, like, really stupid. Craig, you're not going to suggest anything that I haven't already thought of. Like, why is it that the people that, like, try to help you in chat are people that will be, like, less knowledgeable, but think they're not? You're just like, bloody hell. Oh, yeah. Did you turn your computer on? Yeah, I don't care. I will fiddle with it properly when I'm not live streaming. Ah, oh, dear. Okay, Neil, I'll give you that. You had to reinstall the Nvidia app. Okay, well, I'll try doing that now. That would make sense. 25 years of IT. Well, the thing is, like when we're doing the monitor settings, it's like people will be suggesting stuff in chat, and it's like, oh, well, have you ever used an OLED monitor? No. So I'll be like we'd be playing Automobilista 2, and I'm like, oh, there's some like weird ghosting thing or whatever, some like micro stutter, and they're like, have you got the latest drive? It's like, obviously we've gone through the basic process, and then they'll be like, well, I don't have it on my monitor, and it's like, are you using the exact same screen? No. Have you said it? No, you've not, have you? So you're literally they'll just be saying stuff, and then it'll be something like, well, I don't see it on mine. It's like, well, that's because you're blind and you're not noticing. And you're just like, ah. Oh. You try breathing. It's frustrating because that sometimes there are people that actually do know, but it's so rare. That's what's frustrating. Occasionally, like we have people in our chat that work for Nvidia and stuff, or work for work for the controller companies and stuff or whatever. So they actually know for sure, and so they do give you like actual direct information. Or like with car setup stuff, like Neil's house involved. Like obviously he knows a lot of stuff about car setups and car technical stuff, so he will actually just tell you the exact thing straight away. He doesn't just like suggest completely moronic things. Oh well. Let's reinstall the app now, see if this works. That is true. I mean, how can you not like air fryers? That is worrying. I've been using DLSS, but I think it's the old one that's been using. It doesn't even find Assetto Corsa EVO. I have to manually add it and then it doesn't seem to work. No, it's still messed up for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up, but oh well. No, DLSS 4 works with 30, 40 and 50 series cards. Frame generation is will be on 50. Well, Frame Gen 3 will be on 50 series. They'll probably roll it to 40 series as well. Okay, well, forget that. What's CP programs? You had to remove what from control panel? So you removed it from the Nvidia control panel, but not the app. That doesn't make sense. We'll give it a go. How do you remove a game from Nvidia control panel? Program settings. I didn't even know you could. Oh yeah, I see. I didn't even know you could remove them. Yeah, I can see why maybe there's a conflict there, because NVIDIA app's supposed to replace the control panel, so they have both at the moment, but... Right. I don't... Okay, so of course EVO remove. Okay, let's see what happens here. Oh, no, it's still not working. Let's remove it. What? Okay. I just removed a program from the app and my screen went blank. So let's... What? It won't let me remove it. No, I'm going to try reinstall it again now. Yeah, no, I know. That's obviously what we're doing. Might need to restart as well for this sort of thing. Did it just crash my computer? No, no, we're still here. No, still not working. Oh well, I'll probably need to reboot, but can't be bothered. Who knows? Random Corsa needs a professional stripper. Right, I'm gonna get some rest, I think. That was good fun. EVO, I think I don't know. My suspicion is if they can get the force feedback to not be terrible, then I think it'll be passable. But I feel like it's unlikely that they'll really massively improve the force feedback. So, but it was fun getting the licenses. So there you go. We'll do a follow-up video summarising our thoughts. But thanks for watching, guys. It was a fun live stream. Appreciate all the viewers. It was we had good view numbers and stuff. We got to shout at Tortellini. What more could you want? What more do you need in life? Tortellini. Right, let's who's on the oh, Daniel Gray's on. Let me send you guys to Daniel Gray.
Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody.
I'm going to send you to Daniel Gray. He's entertaining. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a good night, everyone. Spam some tea emojis in his chat. Bye.